Hello, everybody. So, it's going to be interesting on this Sunday. We usually are only Saturdays. And a control panel here. Make sure that, yeah, that works. There's that, like that. So here it goes. Move this here. This here. And welcome aboard, everybody. Do. And there's a beer. Belgian style ale. Cheers, everybody. And here we go. Okay, welcome aboard. We are Sunday. Yeah, not Saturday. We are Sunday today. And this is exceptional because last night was the birthday of my brother. So, of course, that meant that I was busy with that night. My brother turned 65 yesterday. And he's going to be retired from work in 5 weeks' time. So hello everyone, welcome aboard. This is a show about radio. It's a show where we talk about radio, shortwave radio, and radio in general of all sorts. It doesn't have to be shortwave. Sometimes we can go into the scanner radio, long wave, medium wave, whatever is of interest to whoever is watching out there. And we just have a lot of fun with radios. Tune to bands. Right now I'm tuned to 16331.7. What's on that frequency? I'm hearing the Russian channel marker that's sending out the letter D in Morse code. Decently here with the Yesu. So if you don't have if you don't have CW mode, you can use single sideband and just put yourself either in upper sideband and tune a little lower to the frequency. And if you hear a little Morse code, one letter, depending where you are, if you're in Europe or if different parts of the world, you might hear more because there's several of them. If you've watched my videos this week on the channel, you might have noticed I was hearing 4 of them at the same time, actually. So anyways, this is from Russia. This is the Navy. Russian Navy has channel markers, and they send out single letters. So the one I'm hearing is the letter D right now. So anyways, so you can try that out if you want. So I'm from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. We're here to entertain, have fun, and hope that you'll have fun too with us. And this is really, really cool for that. Surprise, surprise, I've just learned while I was I turned on my ICOM and there's 0 signals, so I turned on another radio that is on multi-coupler, another no signal. I took out the antenna, plugged it directly to a radio, no signal, which means my MLA-30 on the balcony is gone dead. So if you consider that MLA-30 has been there for at least 7 or 8 years, I guess for the price it's a good run. It's a pretty good run. I mean, It's been there for 8 years. Had winters and freezing rain and the real cold and now the real hot. 8 years for, what I paid 8 years ago, about $30, $35. Not bad. So I will be checking out on changing that MLA30. We'll be looking at maybe a K180 WLA. I don't know. We'll see, because now that it has the little switch that you can actually remove the FM overload, which is a problem here. Might be trying that instead of an MLA30. We'll be checking it out. So dead MLA30. I'm now the only antenna I have outside that's working right now is the end fed that's on my Yaesu, which is in the backyard. So that's I think, for the price, 8 years outside in the weather, in the elements, I'm okay with that. Everything eventually. I wonder, maybe after 8 years some water leaked in, or you never know. So 8 years, not bad a run. So I'm gonna get a new one. I was looking at the prices, so we'll be checking that out this week. And anyways, will be be time to have something new. There's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. If you want to join in and chat with other people, it's a lot of fun, and the people here are just amazing. And so this is a great place to be. And if you want to continue the conversation after the live shows are done, there's a Facebook group which has the same name as the channel here, which is Official SWL Channel. And what basically happens is that the Facebook group continues the conversation. People have continue to talk about the radios, what they have, the signals they're listening to, and just have a lot of fun there too. So it's kind of cool, because it kind of continues and lets us continue together, learning more about what people are listening to and so on. So it's kind of cool, and I think it is kind of fun to have all of that happening with everybody. So welcome aboard, everybody. Don't forget that I do this every Saturday, usually. Today, exceptionally, Sunday. But if you want to help out, and it helps tremendously, because there's cost associated with doing this. Plus, there's things I got to change. Like, for example, now I got to buy a new antenna, and of course, radio reviews, all sorts of things like that. You can give a little something through the super chat here, which is much appreciated. Or let's call it today the MLA 30 replacement fund, that you can also send through PayPal at the email that we have here. And here we go. So if you want to give a little something, it's much appreciated. It helps me continue. You guys have no idea how your donations have really helped a lot in the last weeks and months. And by the way, next Saturday we will have 2 names that will be drawn for a 1-year membership to the Canadian International DX Club, for everybody that has donated since the last time we did the drawing. So anybody that has given a little something, whatever amount, either through the super chat or through PayPal, since the last time we did the drawings, like 2 months ago, we're going to have another drawing of 2 memberships. So this is going to be fun. So this is going to happen next week, next Saturday, live. So hope that you're I had other loops, Richard, but I need to, I've done so many things that I need to actually get one completely new, fresh. And probably, like I said, the K180 WLA. So this is what we're gonna do. So, anyways, thanks anybody that has given a little something, and don't forget, any amount helps. And if you've never given anything, how about thinking about it? You're here every week. You're enjoying yourself. Well, you have cable, you have the internet, you watch TV shows. Well, nothing's free in life. There's a cost associated to everything. And, well, you can show your appreciation with a donation. Like I said, it helps tremendously. Okay. Rob's Radio Channel, nice to have you here from the UK. Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board from Northeast Illinois. We're here too, by the way. We have pleasant, bad air conditions because of the forest fires. So the air quality here in Montreal is very bad. And if you look here, it's like Sunday and Sunday night, we're at a very high risk. If you see here, we're in the red for the rest of the night and the rest of the day. And it shows, it just smells like smoke outside. And it's so thick, actually, that even the sun has a hard time actually shining through today. So crazy. Last year we had a pretty good run of forest fire smoke. But this year is worse. And, and I'm 56, and that's what I was telling my brother yesterday is I don't remember when I was young ever being told we would have, forest fires giving us bad air quality or nothing like that. It seems that these forest fires are getting worse year after year, which is crazy. So, Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado, London 19657. Welcome aboard. Nice to have you here. Bobby Burgess, Master Players Radio and Television, WA5107SWL, Morgan City, Louisiana. I'd 0B Det, nice to have you here from Scotland, MM7BFL. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Just to the kind of the southeast of Montreal. Megan, nice to have you on board, Megan, from Colorado. Here, temperature is about 82, 84 Fahrenheit. It's hot, but it's not crazy hot, so we can live with that. Joseph, nice to have you here from San Francisco Bay, California, tuning the bands with his Texan PL680 and other various radios. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Atari, who likes the Texan D109 better than the PL330. The PL330 for the price point is the best of the best, I would say. There's nothing in the Texan branded radio. The Texan PL330 is what I consider, for the price point, the one you should get. It's just an amazing little radio. And I would not even think about anything else. As for the D109, isn't that a XH data radio? D109? Yeah, it's an XH data radio. The D109 is very, very far from the PL330. And the PL330, you get a professional radio. A D109 is an okay radio, nothing more. It's extremely crappy if you have a lot of medium wave stations around you. Here my D109s are unusable depending on where I stand in the city because of the number of AM, strong AM medium wave stations here. So the PL330 is definitely king of the portables, pretty much at that price range and that size. Richard Wagner, anyone here on pain meds and notice? Yeah, I've heard something about there's a shortage, apparently, even here in Canada. I read something about that in the newspaper. What else do we have? PL330 speaker is fine. Yeah, of course, the audio of the D109 is better. That definitely is a big winner for the D109. But I would, for performance, that's not what I would look at. If you want to listen to music, I understand. But if you look at a good radio, PL330, there's no contest. And on shortwave, you don't need super high fidelity. It's not a problem. It's really, you can always put it on take the audio output from the earphone jack and put it on a good outboard speaker, and you're going to have great sound from the PL330. But in terms of performance, PL330 all the way. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board. Well, you know what, Atari, that's the problem. You don't understand that there is tons of things to listen to. Saying there's not many stations, the PL330 has single sideband, and this is where you get tons of things. You get tons of utilities if you're interested in listening to something else than just broadcast listening. It is untrue that there's nothing to listen to. Anybody that says that doesn't listen, doesn't know what he's talking about. There are a lot of signals. I went to Perry Island. Yeah, I didn't have much in terms of international broadcasts. It was rather boring. But in turn, if you look at my videos, I had a lot of utilities that popped up everywhere. And that is where a PL330 is much better, because it has single sideband. It gets you access to those signals. The D109 will not give you access to anything. It doesn't have single sideband. It's just a broadcast band radio. Like Joseph said, there's a lot more. Saying that there's nothing, it just shows that you don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you're listening too much to those that say, oh, there's nothing. Matt, MDK2, nice to have you on board from Denver, Colorado. Hope you are well, my friend. Paul, VT Radio, AA1SU from Northern Vermont. Nice to have you here. Well, the 330 is muting, and no, you cannot stop the muting from the PL330. All the DSP specific based radios, the muting is there. What you need is a different radio. You can get either a PL680 like Joseph, which is a good old PLL analog, or you go a little more expensive and get one of those like the PL990 or so on. Depends how much money you want to spend. What else do we have? Joseph, Urban on PL330 is pretty bad. Well, I found it to be okay, but any radio, personally, I find that any shortwave radio that has airband, if you're staying put on like a tower frequency from your local airport, things like that, they're okay. But I rather have a scanner radio for airband, personally. What else do we have? Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. David Snyder, nice to have you on board. Says thanks for doing a shortwave show on Sunday, as I am a Sabbath observer and I don't use the radio or smartphone on Saturdays. So, all right. Well, nice to have you here. Nice to have you here. That was one thing that I thought was kind of nice with the Sunday show. I thought, well, maybe it's going to bring out a few people that aren't there usually. So it's fun from time to time to just do a different day just to see what happens. Maybe we can try that from time to time, like do a midweek, like a Wednesday night show or something like that from time to time, just out of the blue. We'll see. Well, if you tried listening at 30 and you had nothing, that's because you don't know where to listen, what to listen to. And if you had a radio with single sideband, you'd see that there's a lot of things on amateur bands, on aeronautical bands, the aircrafts, air traffic control, and all sorts of other weird stuff. You got to learn how to listen and where to listen. Rob's radio channel says, one good news show, I am able to receive Radio Caroline now in DAB. Cool. As well as medium wave 648. Pretty cool. Win 1960, nice to have you here from New York. Mike WX50. I highly recommend retirement. Congrats to your brother. Yep. He's anxious, waiting for it. What else do we have? Martin Frayne, nice to have you on board. EI4 JGB from Ireland. And hope everybody is going well. Paul Stringer, nice to have you here. WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you here, Bert, from Virginia. Sold is old Yaesu FT857D. Okay, now shopping for a new rig replacement. Cool. Blogadai, nice to have you on board from a breezy patio in Central Virginia with the venerable Grundig G4008 and 20 feet of wire. Pretty cool. WSMI Homebrew says, I remember when you first started using that MLA30. It's about when I first found your channel. Considering that you paid what you paid, definitely got your money's worth. Yeah, absolutely. Joseph has got nothing on 16331. We're going to look at different frequencies for that. There's a lot of other frequencies. So Blocker Dice says, I got a fake MLA30. You want it? No, I'll be fine. I think I'll be okay. Yeah, maybe that's what I thought. Yesterday we had a pretty big thunderstorm last night, so I wonder if it didn't affect the antenna. I don't know. Atari, I'm scanning the Reticus V115. You know why? Because the V115 Atari is a crappy radio. You won't get anything on that. That's why you're not getting anything. If you keep buying just the cheapest radios, that's why you're getting nothing. V115 is a bad radio. I'm sorry, but that is a very bad radio. If you want to get something that's going to get signals. Steve, 57 Steve DX, nice to have you here. And currently a heavy downpour in southeast Georgia. What else? What else do we have? Tostenloff, nice to have you here. Andy New, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Win 1960, I had mine 5 years. Oops, just lost this space. Let's go back. Let's go back. Okay, 5 years, and mine went deaf 2 weeks ago. So, see if they're outside particularly, we got to think about that. They're getting really, really battered by the bad weather, and here particularly in Montreal, the ice storms. We had 2 big ice storms. We of course have these huge winter snowstorms, really hot weather, thunderstorms. Everything just goes at it. So, considering the price, I think it's not bad, Volodia, nice to have you on board. Says, thanks for the reminder of 16331. Here in Masset, BC, I'm hearing loudly D, S, K, and barely their A. So, not bad. You're getting several of them. And we're going to tune other frequencies. There's other frequencies we're going to check out for the channel markers. There's a complete list. Actually, if you look at the EIBI Space website and just put channel marker, you will actually get the full frequencies where they're at. So 16 megahertz is one of them. If I'm just gonna do it here for a second, channel marker. Whoops. Okay, here we go. So channel marker, and I go up. So the highest frequencies of the channel marker, 20048, 20047. there's some there. We're gonna go there, and I'm just gonna go down the chat a little bit. I'm gonna check some more for some of these frequencies. Lagardai, I can hear the Morse on 16331. Older radios, nice to have you here. Says can smell the smoke where I'm at. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from central Pennsylvania. VT Radio says we have the wildfire smoke here too. The blue sky looks white. Yeah, it's like here in Montreal. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, like I said, like Blogardai saying, D109 does not have SSB. That's why the PL330 is much better. Jasmine, nice to have you on board from a cloudy Seattle. No, you can't turn off mute on the PL330, Atari. So if you like tuning around slowly with the tuning knob, actually, if you tune in single sideband, the muting isn't bad. It's really just when you tune an AM mode for international broadcast that the muting is pretty long. But in single sideband, it isn't that bad. So, Jasmine recovering from a wisdom tooth removal. Oh God, that is horrible. But I've been having all kinds of radio fun this weekend. That's good. That's good. Anything the dentist, anyways, is always horrible. But yeah, wisdom tooth. Ouch. And the news, seeing more info on the expected Shoyang LC100. Seems it will include the airband. I hope they do it right. I hope that the shielding and even the performance of the shortwave radio itself is improved for the LC100. That would give it a real edge on anything else with great performance, airband, and the smart radio side, which is just amazing. It would be like the ultimate radio. It's really nice. SWAT Cats, nice to have you on board. Most of my QSL cards are from shortwave radio listening. You know, you could try all sorts of things. Utility stations QSL, or sometimes send e-letters or e-QSLs. AM, FM stations, it's worth trying. Sometimes it's just they'll send you a little, email or something saying thank you for the reception. It counts as a kind of reception reports. So, George Popescu says at 4230 I have strong signal and it beeps very loudly. I have no idea what it is. Let me just go here and I'm going to check what's on the in that part at that range of frequency 4230. Here it's daytime, almost mid daytime. So what you could be hearing is at this time there's a broadcast going on from Chile, which is a weather fax. If you're on, so your frequency 4230, you said, so there's weather fax stations there. Maybe you're hearing something like that. Old radios, I had that done. 2014 was crazy. I fell asleep in a second later. I was up like, whoa. What else do we have? Jasmine says it's a seafair and I've been tracking the Blue Angels on ADSB while watching them out in my window. Oh, that's cool. That's a lot of fun. Especially when you have both the visuals and data from, it adds to, here I'm in one of the paths for the airport. And I'm not a big buff of listening to aircraft on the airband, but here it's kind of different because it's like you put the scanner out, you sit on the balcony and you look at the planes pass by, And on that frequency, what I'm hearing is the planes that are just going through. So that these are the planes. I see them go overhead. So like my nephew Gabriel is was at the Formula One Grand Prix in Budapest today. He went to the Czech Republic and Prague, and then he went to Budapest for the Formula One. And when he left the airport to go to Europe, the plane actually passed over my house, and I knew it was that plane. It's kind of cool. What else do we have? Joseph, I used to like the Wednesday night shows to decompress from work. Jasmine also been helping people expand our city's neighborhood mesh network. Cool. Rick Myers, nice to have you on board. You convinced me. I just ordered a PL330. KO4 OSA. Did you receive a QSL card? It was in the mail. I suppose you must be close to getting it. If you're not, you didn't have it yet. Shortwave Signals 23. Nice to have you on board. If not, I'm gonna send the next one with registered mail to make sure that you have to sign up for it. Shortwave Signals 23 from Florida. Nice to have you on board. It's pretty cool to have you here. Paul Stringer, when I was in New Zealand, I used to listen to Auckland Air Traffic Control, Sydney Air Traffic Control, Shannon, and Gander. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. What else do we have? Just going to okay. I need to find where I was. Okay, here we go. Adrian Odonis, I never get shortwave listening QSL cards. Last year's all are all shortwave listening gone. Nope. There's still a lot of stuff out there, and there's still a lot of stations that do either eQSL or some still have paper QSLs. I know that Radio Romania has announced that they will have a new paper QSL, and they will have a new design every 2 months this year. So they're waiting. Apparently they're waiting for it. Maybe they're waiting for them to be printed or something. So that's going to be kind of cool. Joseph Schill, what were you thinking instead of a alternative for the MLA30? I heard you say something earlier and I missed it. Oh, okay, so the MLA30 is what I could buy, but there's another one which is the K180 WLA. This is a wideband similar to the MLA30 antenna. And I had the first version of it when it got out, but unfortunately it didn't have, back in the day, anything to block the FM broadcast band, so it was pretty much useless here. But where I positioned it at one place in the back where I knew I could kind of null the FM broadcast band, it seemed quite decent. And plus, I even heard amateur satellites on 2 meters with it, which is kind of cool. So that would be maybe something I would like to. Maybe if I get enough donations today, maybe why not buy both of them, the K180 and the MLA30, and test them out again, one against each other. So that could be cool. We have our friend Kevin that is having a day at the beach, so this is cool. So this is one of the images that he sent, and there's the other one here with a nice big rock right here. A nice big rock right there. So pretty cool. Hope you're enjoying your day, Kevin, and having fun. It's pretty cool. I had a lot of fun going to Perry Island this week. I believe I had not been to Perry Island for... I like those emails. They blocked my iCloud account. Yeah, I'm not even part of anything Apple. So anyways, I hadn't gone to Perry Island in at least 2 years. Was stunned at the fact that they're letting all the herbs like grow like crazy. It looks so much wilder, almost unrecognizable. But there's paths, and the paths bring you to the picnic tables that were there before. It was a lot of fun. I want to go in the next couple of weeks again, because I really had a lot of fun, and especially August, September are for me 2 amazing months if you want to DX, and if you have low noise, it's perfect. So I will definitely go back. A funny little story about, making you think that everybody's getting older. The first time I went to Perry Island with my radios was at probably 30 years ago. And back then, of course, I didn't make videos or anything. There was no YouTube or, But I'd go there with my radios because it was a quiet place for listening. And I like the fact that there's a quiet little island where cars cannot go. And the first time I went there 30 years ago, there was what I will call an old man 30 years ago. Because 30 years ago was 26, and he was maybe close, like 50. So he was on his bike, and he stopped because he saw my radios and you saw the wires in the trees, and he said, "Shortwave," and so it became something that kind of linked a little, 10-15 minute talk every time that he'd go by, because he would do his 25 kilometer bike ride every day, and he'd stop at Perry Island to take his Gatorade and have this little energy bar and continue to his trip. Every single time I went there over the last 30 years, he was there like clockwork at 3 p.m. We'd talk for 10 to 15 minutes. He'd continue his run. And then there was a pandemic, of course, which I didn't go. Then after the pandemic, I think that's the last time I went, was like 2023. And I saw him in 2023. But I had been there last year. I didn't go. And so this year was the first time. So I thought, maybe I'm going to see the bike guy. And of course, put it 30 years later, the guy was, in 2023, he was in his late 70s and still doing biking. He was in great shape. So I'm there on Wednesday, and as I'm making a video, one of my videos, you might notice I'm kind of cutting short without any comments, is because he's arriving in his wheelchair. He's in a electric wheelchair. And I'm like, whoa. He just looked at me and says, "Hey, my radio man." And I said, "Wow, you got a new set of wheels." And he said, "Well, I was very, very sick, and now I can't walk." So he decided to still continue doing it, but in an electric wheelchair, which kind of touched me. It was like, wow, that guy getting older, but still in biking and still keeping in shape. And now I see him, and I'm like, wow. And we actually talked for an hour. Usually it was just a 5-10 minute thing. We talked for an hour of all sorts of things, getting old and all sorts of. He decided to go into one of where Perry Island is. There's a set of high rises that are all apartments for old folks, with included meals and stuff. So when he got sick, he decided that, well, I'm going to sell the house and go to one of these high rises. And he's happy. He says, I'm happy. His wife died several years ago. But it's something that makes you reflect on everything. It's like, it made me realize 30 years ago when I went to Perry Island, I was 26. I was a young kid, a young adult. Made me realize, we're getting older. I'm 56. He told me he was 81 when we saw each other. And I was like, wow, this is something. This makes you realize how everybody gets older. And we talked for an hour, and you know what it felt like? It felt like I'm going to take the time to talk to you more, because maybe if you come back next year, maybe I won't be there anymore. And I was like, well, yeah, maybe that's the reasoning a little bit, But it was a lot of fun to go there, honestly. It was a lot of fun. Really, really nice. Joseph, that's good advice. Get a radio that receives signals. Gustavo, nice to have you here. PL330 and MLA30. They work great together. Absolutely. You just need the adapter. That's it. Joseph says, I live by the windy, salty ocean. My MLE30 lasted about 6 months. I think the salt air kills everything electronic. It is known that the salty air from the ocean does corrode a lot more the electronics. Maybe you were just not lucky. What I would do if I don't know if you had good if you found it good and interesting antenna, what I would do in your conditions, I'd take an MLA30, but I'd put some sealant. I would seal it even more to prevent as much of the ocean air from going inside the electronics box. And maybe you were just not lucky, honestly. TVDXer, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Roger C, nice to have you here from Ireland. MDK2, I'm finally getting my station reorganization. Hope to be back on the air later this week. Cool. That's good news. Anthony Fobbs, what is the best shortwave radio and shortwave radio online to detect coming climate change devastation? Climate change, probably, that's what you were saying. Well, one of the things about any devastation of any kind, the upcoming hurricane season, it's just starting. And we know that end of August and particularly September was probably going to be pretty active. So any shortwave radio with single sideband to hear all of the different services that use those HF frequencies for emergencies, hearing the AM bands for the Hurricane Watch Net, for example. Of course, anybody that is in any situation of emergency, weather emergencies, Texas is part of that, and all the East Coast and the Southeast of the U.S. With hurricanes, and I say it all the time, I believe everybody should own one radio with the NOAA weather capabilities on them, because you never know. Even here in Montreal, we had ice storms, we had different things that the power went out, cell phones were unusable, and make sure you got a NOAA weather radio to hear emergencies and to hear what's happening. I think it's important. And even in places where people are like, oh, well, there's never any emergencies here in my city. It's like, yeah, it's just a time bomb, I'll call it. It's just wait. You're going to see. One day something's going to happen. Weather-wise is going to be bad at some point. But, things like that. Shortwave Archive, nice to have you here from Colorado. Nice to have you on Sheila, nice to have you on board from Smoky Belleville, Ontario. Pretty much same thing here. Smoky Montreal is pretty much cool. So what else do we have? Kevin. So from Pass A Grill, Florida. Paradise on the Gulf of Mexico. Cool. I guess you're enjoying your new home. It's great. Hope you're having fun. And enjoying your retirement at the same time. Sweatcats, I work on ADSB on charter airplanes. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. And we'll shout to Paul the Cat. Jasmine, Prague is beautiful. Oh yeah, my nephew seemed to have enjoyed his stay in Prague really a lot. There, he put a lot of photos on his Facebook page. Really, really cool. So Paul Stringer, channel marker heard here on a Winnipeg SDR. Okay. If you go at the Lamont, Alberta, Don's VE6JY SDRs, you'll hear the channel markers can tell you that. So yeah, Jasmine, it was great. He seemed to have a lot of fun. He had fun in Budapest, but I don't think that he enjoys Budapest as much. But you know, he was there for the F1 Grand Prix, so that's mainly what he wanted to do. Adrian, so shortwave listening don't send real QSL. Some do, and sometimes do only if you send a real letter. So today, a lot of stations will, you know, have an email where you can send. And let's be honest, an EQSL is a real QSL. Just printed. Well, that's what I do. I use glossy photo paper. And when I get a EQSL, I print it. You got a real QSL. And I put it in my album with the other QSLs that I got. They are real QSLs. You know, there's no such thing as a fake QSL or a not real QSL. A QSL is a QSL, be it an EQSL or paper QSL that you got by mail. But a lot of stations that do still have paper QSLs, very often they'll ask you, well, if you want a paper one, you better send us a letter. Because if you send by email, most of the time they just want to send you an EQSL, which is normal. It costs a fortune today on the mailing and the postal stuff. Andrew Galloway, nice to have you on board from Bogota, Colombia. Any good DX that you found? My WX50, Prague rocks. Jasmine, K180WLE looking interesting. I'm interested in VHF low band DX. It's designed for that. And you know what, Jasmine? If it was not that because at the first version I couldn't switch off the FM portion, man, on 2 meters I was getting the low Earth satellite amateur stations, repeaters in the sky on single sideband 2 meters. So to do that, it was good enough. Good enough. It could get satellites. It was really nice. So the K180 WLA would be probably quite interesting for low band DX in the VHF range. Paul Stringer, Wavecrest guy, that on his YouTube channel with those 2 antennas. Did that. Okay. Mike B, I get a lot of shortwave signals on my D109WB with an external antenna, so many that you can hear multiple signals on each frequency all over the dial. So I say sarcastically, Yeah, it's like oversensitive and doesn't have enough protection, so it just gets overloaded crazy. The D109WB on an external antenna is not a good radio for that. It's a nice radio. It's a great radio board, the audio portion. But what I'm gonna say is, it's made to be used only with a telescopic and nothing more, unless you're in a very, very, very isolated area. Like I can get an FM notch. Well, not really on a loop, because you have to put a notch on the loop itself, because what's overloaded is the electronics of the amplifier of the loop, not the radio. So you can't put it on the radio side, because it's the amplifier, the antenna that overloads, not the radio. So that's where it gets. It's not like you have a vertical antenna and it overloads on FM. Oh, you'll put the notch on the line, and yeah, that's going to fix the problem, because the radio is overloading, not the antenna technically. But in an amplified antenna, that's different, because the amplified antenna circuit is the one that's actually overloading and not the radio. So that's where you can't really put any notch. What they do is, in the circuit, when you switch, they switch out the VHF portion. It doesn't receive there anymore. So that's what happens. It's not a notch, it's just clearly switch off. Jay Watterson, I bet they closed it because of that dumb female park ranger on the pier. Oh, to that time. But you know what? There were two police cadets, two young girls on bikes that went through the park, and they were super nice. And one of them, actually, it's so funny, because they passed in front of me, looked at what I was doing. They continued the path. Then I saw them; they were like coming back, and one of the two said, "Okay, I'm curious. I want to know what you're doing." She was just curious. It was not even a check out if anything's right or wrong. She just was like, "I'm curious. I want to know what you're doing." And I started, I was listening to the channel markers, and I said, "It might not sound very fancy, but the beeps you're hearing are from Russia." And she was like, "Really?" "Yeah, and they're coming, from Moscow or St. Petersburg or whatever." And I punched in a couple of frequencies of broadcast stations. I said, "So this is Spain in Spanish, and this is..." And she was like, "Oh, this is so cool." And, she asked questions. I said, "No, I've been doing this for a long time. I'm an amateur radio operator and blah, blah, blah. I go to the park because it's low noise compared to where I live." And she was very, very interested. She was like, "Wow." She even took note of the channel here. She could be watching today. It was like, maybe we don't know. But she was really, really... Both of them, two young girls, they were very, very nice. Very, very nice. And then they continued their way. And it was really, really, really cool. They were great. I mean, no problems. They were just doing the little tour and, seeing if anything's wrong in the park. Because that park is a little... I've in 30 years I've seen things where it's like, yeah, it's a park where there's a little bit of action, if you get my drift. And a couple of sections, where I don't go. Old radios. I gotta remind myself, 30 years ago ain't 1976 anymore. And that reminds me, old radios. There's posts on the internet sometimes, and it's like, do you realize that 1990 from now 2025 is as far back as 1960, or there's also these posts that are like, yeah, it's incredible when you look at that the differences in time. But Roger C. Regarding Russian number stations, I often wonder what radios they used to receive. I think most of what's happening in the number stations today is probably received by embassies more than anything else. I can't see a spy in a field somewhere with, his little portable. Although, when you look at how well they are received, you never know. We don't know much about that side of, the mystery of number stations. I still remember a couple of my tech friends saying, why don't they use the internet? Because there's nothing more anonymous than being in the middle of nowhere with a portable radio and decoding your little message. There's no tracking possible. They don't know where you are. There's nothing more anonymous than that. So, I understand why that could still be a thing. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you on board. And soon getting older won't be the same as aging. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we all, we all get older, and I mean, I was sharing a picture with some friends of how somebody sent me that, and it was really, really good. They were showing 50-year-old people on pictures of 1960, 1970. They were showing 50-year-old people in 2025. And the first thing that struck me is that old people in 50-year-old people in 1960, 70 look old. 50-year-old people in 2025 still look kind of young. The way they dress, the way things happen, the way, I don't know, this maybe all the stuff today makes us like we're older, but we don't look the age we are most of the time. But back in the day, you were 40 and you looked old. The way they dressed made them look older than they were actually. It's just so funny when you look at the pictures and compare of what it is. It's as if our generation today, us getting older, feel younger and look younger than the past. So it's kind of fun when you look at and compare that. And of course, there's the interior. Here we don't age in our brain. I mean, we really don't age in our brain. I remember one day being at a bar and looking at, wow, this bar has just, old geezers. that's what it was in my mind. And suddenly realizing, wait a minute, these guys and girls and whatever, these women, they're all about your age. You're an old geezer. Wake up. But in our brain, we don't see that. In our brain, we don't see ourselves aging. Our brain, we're still young. We're still, we're still at 20 or 30 or something. It's physically that's different. Andrew Galloway, it's true, Joe. Time only flows in one direction. When I was 26, the idea of being 60 seems incomprehensible. Well, I turned 60 in February. The same thing. I mean, we like I was saying, we can't think bad about the fact that when we're 20 and we see a 50-year-old person, oh wow, look how old that person is. Until you're 50, and now that what's old at 50? Well, you're 75 or you're 80. Oh, that's old. But then you'll be at 70 one day, and it's going to be, oh, old. Oh, wow, you're 95. It pushes back. As you get older, it's like what's old pushes back all the time also. But, when you're 20, I think it's normal that a 20-year-old, a guy or girl just looks at people that are 40, 50, or 60 and like, look at the old people. You know, we were like that too. Wavecrest guy, nice to have you here from Molokai, Hawaii. Not too much problems with the tsunami, I hope. Swatcat's age is but a chronological number of how long you have lived on this planet. Absolutely. It's really a number, honestly. It's really a number. Oh, NOAA stations still exist at a lot of places, Jasmine. I don't assume, I know they do. Some have shut down, but there's still tons of them. But you know, you got to keep an eye on them because, yeah, there are people that would like to shut most of them down, but there's still a lot of them. Let me just go down. Okay, here we go. Kamakamizi 76, nice to have you here. Anka Viva, nice to have you here from France. Would you say portable radio R9012 is a good radio? It's an okay little analog portable. It will get you some stations. It depends what you're looking for because there's better radios than that. But the R9012 is a surprising little portable for listening to some stations. Lucio Otavio, nice to have you here from Brazil. Mike B, does anyone know about the GA450, GA800 loop antennas? I know some people own them, honestly. Wavecrest guy says we just had that with the tsunami warning in Hawaii. I use my Seacrane Skywave SSB2. Adrian says we need waterfall on a receiver. Some do, some don't. It depends on everybody. Some people are okay with analog radios. But yeah, you know, we were talking about this radio that Blogger sent me. And thank you again so much for that. Which is this, it's still here because I still play with it. The SM616. Look at this. So this essentially is a shortwave radio, AM, FM radio, but it's also a video player. Look at that big screen. Imagine this would be transformed into an SDR. I would buy something like this. You know, this stick, an SDR, nice big screen, put it a touch screen, and have it as a software-defined receiver with a little computer inside. I would love to see something like this, personally, and I know a lot of you would too. We need somebody to do something like that, but it's not everybody that wants that. You know, there's still a lot of people that prefer analog-style radios and so on, portables, standard portables, and that don't necessarily want a waterfall, but you know, definitely it'd be cool to have a radio with a nice big screen and a waterfall that is portable, that you bring with you everywhere. It would be definitely very nice. Who knows? Somebody will someday. I'm sure someone someday will come out with one of them. SWATcat, speaking of NOAA Weather Radio, the person that worked on the early form of NOAA Weather Radio, he recently passed away. It was Gary England here in Oklahoma. Really? I didn't know. Idaho Head, nice to have you here. Smokey here in Montreal too. Shortwave Archives, what kind of signals do you receive from Asia and the Pacific? This morning in Colorado, I got Voice of Mongolia, Voice of Vietnam, both Koreas, NHK, and Reach Beyond Australia with Wavescan. So here on the east, the Asia Pacific region is a tough one. Just like those on the west coast, anything from Europe is very is kind of difficult. So if I would tell you what I receive in general, I can receive Of course, China, when conditions are good, China will come in with many of their broadcasts, just CNR 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, China Radio, direct. I will receive Radio New Zealand in the Pacific area. I will receive KBS World Radio direct on 15575. I will receive. I received Voice of Vietnam a couple of times. It's a hard one here. Reach Beyond Australia is a tough one here too. Mostly because of the times and the bearing where they're sending their signals. NHK I received, but I received through relays that come from Europe. So like I was listening, and actually I made a video. I heard Radio Japan NHK in French the other night. Posted the video online. It was coming from the France transmitter side. But signals from Pacific Asia region are a little rough here on the East Coast. They're tough. Marvin Motz, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands. Andrew Gallo, Bogota is pretty noisy, probably normal for a city of 8 million plus. We'll be done to going to a more rural area next week. I expect to be able to pick up a lot more. We'll do a DX report. Yeah, it'd be fun. If you go to a place where it's quiet, do scan and do look at what's out there. I was looking at EIBI's space listing of stations that some people report sometimes even closer, like in the Caribbean and so on. There's a surprising amount of stations in Peru, in Colombia, in Brazil, and in different other little countries around it. Even Ecuador has a couple of like very low-powered shortwave broadcasts. So if you can really get to a quiet space, I would DX. I would use that ETM scan and even manually tune around, especially anything that is like, don't just use the ETM scan. Go into the 2,300 to 2,500 range. That's the 120 meter band. Go into the 3,100 to 3,400 range. You will hear some stuff there. And of course, 4,700 to 5,100 kilohertz. Manually, slowly. You'll be surprised. You'll get some stuff. Where you are now, you should be getting actually a good signal from La Montana, Colombia, 4940. So manually scan also. Don't use just the automated ETM scanning. Manually, especially in the tropical bands. You'll hear stuff there, I'm sure. There's a lot of stations we don't hear up here because they're very low power actually. But over there where you are, you might actually be able to get them. PR 4470. Hi Joel, what can you tell me about police scanners? Are you a fan of them? Have you owned any? I got about 8 of them here. No, I've got 6. I think I got 6. 3 of them that are old radio scanners from the time. Now today there's more modern versions. Like there's the Home Patrol, the Unit and Home Patrol ones, which are kind of interesting. What would I say? It depends where you live. Depends what you want to listen to. What is often pretty much gone is law enforcement. So the police, for example, listening to the police might be impossible where you are. A lot of the law enforcement frequencies have gone digital, but also encrypted, which means you can't listen to them. But there's still a lot of stuff on the. When I scan here in Montreal, but then again, keep in mind that a scanner radio, you're tuning to local stuff. So what you'll have as a result is dependent on where you are how many people you have around you. Is the city you live in a big city? Are you in a small city, rural area where there's not a lot? All of that will have an impact on, I got a lot of stuff to listen to, I've got nothing to listen to. Honestly, my personal take on scanner radios, go to a flea market or go to an amateur a ham fest, and you know what, buy one of those known good scanners for a very cheap price and take that home. You won't spend a lot of money and you'll have something to listen to the bands. I have a very, very hard time thinking that you could, you know, one of the scanners that I'm looking at that I find that would be interesting to own, the Uniden Home Patrol 2. Especially with its capability of you just enter your postal code or your zip code and it knows what's around you. It also does several digital modes. But when I look at the price here in Canada, it's 870 Canadian dollars. 870. I can't justify buying that. Not at that price. And with what's around me to listen to. I know that it would enable me to listen to the fire department. They are digital but not encrypted. Things like that. But it's way too expensive. Personally, if anybody, when somebody tells me, oh, I'd like to just, you know, have a scanner scan the IR frequencies, buy a used scanner for cheap. They're good, and you know what? You'll know what's out there or not, and that's it. I think VHF, UHF scanner listening is pretty much kind of gone a little bit. So, you know, there's still stuff, but it's hard to justify the price of the radios today. It really, really, like I said, will depend on where you live and what's available to listen to, honestly. Shortwave signals beeps on 12307 signal and 3. Any ideas? Been hearing it for days here in Florida. 12307. Let's check out 12307 8. I'm gonna try the. I'm gonna go down to 12. 5, something like that. That'll be very close. Okay, 307. Anything there reported? First of all, here 307. There's nothing on the listings here. I don't know what you could be listening to. It's very difficult. Also, one of the things you should check out in when you hear beeps, tones, does it vary in signal strength when your radio's on a table, for example, or is it exactly always the same strength? Because a lot of beeps and a lot of tones are local interference coming from our devices very often. So you got to check that out. Shortwave Archive. I have a little bit of videos on the SI 4732. I need to do more. I want to update it again because there's new firmware. Nice device, but it should never be your first shortwave radio. But it does well a lot of the things. It's sensitive and all of it. It's kind of cute, but it's not. It shouldn't be your main radio. That's more for having fun playing around with something. So, Mike B, the interaction with the Rangers is great. You're a shortwave ambassador, and yeah, we spoke for. I think they stayed there 30 minutes. We spoke for a good half hour of what I was doing and what it was, and amateur radio, what amateur radio is all about, and you know, I showed them pictures of, you know, my Yaesu, my setup at home and stuff. One of them was not clearly zero interested, but the girl, the one that was interested, she was like really, really interested. It was really cool. So you know what, Jasmine? Go for it. If you are capable of passing the technician class, go for it. Get it. You know, there's nothing to lose. It's just going to add to your possibilities. Man Reader DXer, John, nice to have you here. M7EIW in the UK. What else do we have? Yeah, Jasmine, absolutely. It's surprising today. Very surprising today. Jasmine says, one of the clubs I go to as DJs in their 50s are like 25, 35. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Richard Wagner, PL365 is a pretty spy-like radio. Yeah, 365, 368 with their little form factor of, you know, of course, you don't take it, you know, orange if you don't want to be noticed. You take it black. But, you know, they're a little, like, you know, it's easy to hide, it's easy to put in a little shirt pocket or something. Definitely. Shortwave archive, I always get confused look from adults when I take my radio to the park. Were they expecting a teenager to have a radio? Probably not. Kids always ask me, what car are you controlling? I like that. I like that. Yeah, there's that, but you know what, Jasmine? I don't think it's just that. I think it's just the way we dress also. The dress code has changed dramatically from being an adult in the 60s to today. You know, today I wear a t-shirt and I wear jeans, and you know, back then they look like they're, I don't know, going to some big event or something. Mike WX50, I'm 63, but like in my 40s. At least I've been told that. Yeah, well, usually people, you know, it's like me. I don't know how many times I go out and people are like, are you like, you know, 45 or something? And I'm like, well, I love you. You don't look 56. All right, cool. Thank you. I hate when they ask me that question, though. What age do you think I am? It's like, oh, God, that one's horrible. You know, that's why I never ask it. I wait, you know, when people tell you. But, you know, it's true. Back then, there was a lot of smoking and a lot of drinking and a lot of... the food wasn't the same, you know, like there people today try to maybe kind of live a life where they're going to be a little more healthy, and yeah, I'm sure that definitely also has an impact. That's for sure. MDK2, all that cigarette smoke and sedentary lifestyle, it's damaged back then, yeah. Yeah. Cosmic Lettuce had similar experiences. But I'm just gonna get back where I was. And similar experiences with police curiosity at remote sky observing sites. Yeah. I mean, you know, it takes somebody that's just curious. It's like, oh, well, you know, I mean, with observing, like a telescope attracts people, curious people, because they're like, oh, what are you looking at? What, you know, can I look? Can I see? I had that when I had my scope up when I was a teenager. Oh man, all the neighbors were like, oh, can I come and see? It's like, yeah. Then you're like, well, you know, I got to find something interesting, because a lot of what we look at is boring, technically. And it's not for us, but it is for others, you know. Oh, this is the double star, you know, in the Big Dipper. And we got Mizar that has, it's a double star. And this, what you see here is my telescope shows you the double star. Boring. But if you put, oh, this is Saturn, and you see the rings and all, and it's like, oh my God, you know, I remember Mars. I remember Mars at one of the closest approaches in the late 80s. I was in college. We could see the features. I had a Sky and Telescope mag, and because it was a close approach, they had a folded map of Mars. And it was so cool because I was looking at Mars, and we could look at the map and say, wow, we're looking at this region, because we could recognize the map with what I was looking at, and everybody was like, wow, this is so amazing. I mean, that was cool. I mean, Saturn, Jupiter with the moons and everything that you know, revolve, and every night the moons has actually changed positioning. It's so cool. I mean, there's so much stuff. Smoke is bad for everything electronics, Adrian. I was when I was fixing computers, even if you didn't tell me you smoke, just opening up the computer and looking at the fans and the heatsink, I could immediately tell you, oh, somebody's smoking. There's a brown goo on the fan and on the heatsink. It's disgusting. Joseph, I'm like, oh my God, I'm number one. I'm the hot seat. Oh God. Now, who's number one? Who's number two? This is a fight for the end. Joseph, that SM616 is amazing. Yeah, it is in its own way an amazing little device. Absolutely. Yeah, Jasmine, I know. That would make an awesome SDR. Imagine. Chuck Davis, nice to have you here. Jasmine, those icons are so big for elderly eyes. Amtech Radio Scanner, nice to have you here. Malahit DSP2. Yeah, but it's too small. The DSP2 is too thick, but the screen is too small. You need something that has the same form factor as this, and the screen at least as big as this. That would be great. The Malahite does not, in terms of screen real estate, is not that interesting. It's interesting for a lot of the features it has and everything, but the screen isn't big enough. How many languages do I know? 2. English and French, and if I would have really gone at it, I would have probably known 3 or 4, which would have been Italian and Spanish. Italian because all of my friends where I learned English were Italians, and they spoke Italians amongst them a lot. So I would have probably, if I really wanted, learned Italian. And Spanish because I always wanted to learn Spanish. I followed courses. I have a minimum base of Spanish, which is not very good. But it's English and French. I know, and kale is what's keeping us young these days. Oh God, please. Edward Simmons, nice to have you here. I have the RTL SDR V4, and I'm using a 1.2 meter vertical, and don't see hardly anything on shortwave bands. On some, I see quite large north spikes, RV140 megahertz. I'm just receiving indoors. That indoor setup is probably not good. You'll need to find a way to do something, put some outdoor antenna of some sort. Also, a vertical is really not good for shortwave. Find yourself, either put it outside and see if you could put a piece of wire, or get yourself an MLA 30. But you're probably too close to the computer and getting a lot of noise from inside your own home. This is the number one problem, I think. You know, that's what makes it lucky for us back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. There was no noise around us in a home in general. So back in the day, we would just go and we would, listen to the radio in our living room. Because there was just no noise around us, we'd receive stuff. When I got my DX100, my first radio in '82, the wire was on the ceiling of the living room, and I could hear Radio Australia and hear all those stations. Were so cool. That is something that today is impossible. And this is what makes the hobby a little more difficult, because you might need to have an outdoor and a better antenna. Alright, Jay Dakota, nice to have you here from Wentzville, Missouri. And Joseph, I'm on the scanner now. I always get good DX, sometimes multiple a day. Yesterday a car went over the cliff into the Pacific. Youch. Tori, I used to enjoy taxi cab dispatch. This is still out in the open. I have a taxi stand at the corner of the street, and sometimes I punch in the frequencies, and I have use two scanners, punch the frequency for the cab and the frequency for the control center that would receive the calls and talk to them. Robert Levin, nice to have you on board. My WX50 is to subscribe to Broadcastify because could receive police and fire here, but now it's digital encrypted. Much sadness, yeah. Andrew Galloway, Al Caravan Radio is out of Puerto Lleras, Colombia. Al Caravan broadcast on 5910. Yep. Oh, there's a lot that you can receive, a lot more. Oh, you can do a Bobcat, or you could do the zip code thing on the Uniden. Cool. The SDS 100 200. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Joseph, in the Bay Area, they're not encrypted yet. I get to listen to police chases on a regular basis, so that's cool. Listen to it while it lasts. Adrian, Radio Veronica on 5955. There's a copy of the FM frequency. Andrew Galloway, maybe I'll see if I can contact LCRA here in Colombia and see if they know whether Al Caravan is still broadcasting. Actually, I can tell you immediately. 591. It doesn't seem like it. Like I said, what I will tell you is manually tune 23. Here are the ranges to tune: 23 to 2500, 32 to 3400, 47 to 5100, and kilohertz for listening. Remember these frequency ranges, and in a quiet place, slowly tune manually. Blogger and I picked up a nice looking St. Gian ATS 909 on eBay for $65. Should arrive in a week or two. One more analog option. Yeah, that's the original. I got the DX, the Radio Shack DX 398, which is the same radio, as it was branded Radio Shack also on the original. Nice little radio. Its biggest flaw, and I will tell you, Blocker Die, is mine is suffering from that. The speaker and the ATS 909 original goes bad easily. Mine is bad right now. It would need to be changed. I would need to have like a perfect speaker to fit in the radio and replace it because the speaker has gone bad. If I listen to my original 909, I plug it in into an amplifier via the not the earphone jack. There's a line out on it because the radio itself has gone bad, and that's a known flaw of that series of radio. So what else do we have? Richard Califano, nice to have you on board. Blogger, I have shirts old enough to have children, old enough to vote. Richard Califano, nice to have you on board. W82157SWL, Albany, New York. Mike B, I knew I was getting older when young girls started calling me sir. Yeah, I know. That's one thing. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from Scotland. Bad storms predicted for tomorrow morning. Stay safe, my friend. Jasmine, turns out Beetlejuice is a binary too. Yep. Yeah, I saw that somewhere. And now they're kind of saying, because when it went really, really, like it dimmed a lot, people thought, oh, that's it, supernova. And now they're saying, oh, maybe it's not yet supernova. Maybe the binary is causing the problem. Matt says, oh yeah, Mars in 88, I could see the polar ice caps through my dad's telescope. Same here. I remember we had the polar ice caps and the features. And it was like, I was amazed. I had never did see Mars like that ever again. I was just so amazed, and I still remember being in the backyard with the map from Sky and Telescope and like, wow, I can identify what part of the planet I'm looking at. This is just so cool. And I mean, it was just great. A couple of neighbors went through and looked, and they were like, wow, this is so cool. And they're like, what's that white stuff? It's like polar ice cap. Adrian says, is CB radio on FM in the USA? It's allowed. I don't know how many do it, but it's allowed. So, you know. Matt says, I remember seeing a video of someone who got a FRG7 with tons of smoke accumulation, and they put it through a dishwasher without its exterior cover. And it was okay and not ruined. Well, you know, apart from certain parts of electronics, a circuit board can be cleaned in the water and dried carefully and work. The Atari 1040 ST that I have here, when I got it, was under a pile of garbage bags, and I pulled it out. I thought it was a PC keyboard. I pulled it out, and it was an actual Atari computer, the 1040 ST. When I took it out, it was dripping in water because it was raining like crazy. I brought it home, and believe it or not, it was dirty and everything. I just put it in the bathtub, and I just cleaned it in the bathtub, like with water. Took it out, took my hair dryer, and I just, on low heat, I just dried it carefully for a long time. Plugged it in, turned it on, worked like nothing ever happened. It was just working great. So, you know. Short of archive, I have cassette tapes from my great aunt that smell like cigarettes and perfume. Oh God, there's so much of that. So much of that. I still remember how horrified I was with my dad smoking. My dad would smoke 3 packs of cigarettes a day, and he would smoke in the car with the windows up. And I remember being horrified going into that car that had been standing in a parking lot at 30-degree weather, so it was like 50 degrees in the car, and that smell of car and smoke, cigarette smoke, and every time I'd get in the car, I didn't know if I was gonna puke or if I was gonna be okay. It was just horrible. Jim Gordon, I'm continuing to enjoy your Windows computer channel. I'm wondering many numbers Windows will get to before I finally log off. Oh man. Somebody posted a comment the other day, and I wanted to reply and I didn't, as I posted that the solar cycle was now, we had passed the peak and it was going back down. And somebody said, you know, next time the solar cycle's at its peak, you're going to be almost 70 years old. And I was like, please, don't remind me that. Don't remind me that. All right, VT Radio, have a good dinner. Old radios, it's fun cleaning out yellowed by cigarette smoke vintage audio gear. Jasmine, Duolingo is a great app to learn languages fast. And, you know, it's a question to take the time also. Adrian, can you make FT8 on CB radio in the US? Technically, you're not allowed to do any of those things, but it doesn't prevent people from doing it. That's what I'm going to say. There's slow scan TV, there's all sorts of things, but they're not allowed technically. Jasmine says speak English fluent, Spanish fluent, and Thai semi-fluent. That's good. Cool. Jim Gordon, back in the day, the biggest cause of QRM on shortwave was from TV line output circuits. Yeah. Jim's radio check. Newer CB radios do have FM capabilities. Yep. Atari, can you can use the internet website for a scanner? Yeah, there are some. And remember, if you have an SDR, RTL SDR v4, SDR play devices, they're scanner radios. The RTL SDR v4, if you use SDR Sharp, lots of plugins for that. I've never dabbled into that. Maybe that would make great videos. Lots of plugins to actually go with the different digital modes. I should look into that actually. So if you have a RTL SDR v4, an SDR play device, you got a scanner radio. Shortwave Archive started shortwave in 2022, and also didn't have much noise in my house. Now there's noise from things I would never expect to produce RFI, like a fan on an air filter. Now I have to go outside. Yep, it's killing our hobby, honestly. And you know, you can't expect people to know that. You know, you buy a radio, it says, oh, world band radio, that must be fun. They get into their house, they tune around, they hear nothing. Or if they do, they hear the real strong ones, which are what? All the US religious broadcasters. I can imagine that they're like, I think I'm going to return this radio. I'm not going to... it's not what it says it is. And it's far from being what it was in the past. You know, one of the interesting observations that I think I should make a video to explain it, because truly there's a change. When I went to do videos. If you guys go back to my videos of Perry Island 2015, look at my band scan of the international broadcast bands, and look at how this week I had some interesting stuff. I mean, I had China and French, I had a few things like that, but honestly, what caught my attention was tuning around slowly into the amateur bands and the utility bands, because that's where there was stuff that was interesting. And I realized it. I was sitting down and I was like, it's incredible how it changed. I remember back 10 years ago listening to Bangladesh. What was that station? Bangladesh Betar, and hearing their English broadcast, hearing All India Radio, hearing all sorts of stuff. And this week was like, well, it's the international broadcast bands are not where my attention is focused. The utility stations is where it is. So, Jean Arrache here in Saint-Hyacinthe, taxi cabs don't use VHF anymore. They have tablets, communicate over the internet. Addresses of calls are printed on the tablet, and the meters on the tablet too. Oh wow. Here in Montreal, they're still using a lot of the VHF stuff still. That's interesting. But you know what? It's logic. You know why? Because they give out addresses, they give out, it's like the local police, the local provincial police here in Quebec. That was horrible. The way it worked, okay, and you guys, if you would have been here, you wouldn't believe all the personal info you'd get from the SQ, the Sûreté du Québec, which is the provincial police. Now, today, they're all encrypted. There's no more frequencies that are analog. But for a long time, they would stop somebody on the highway for a speeding ticket. They would call in, and all out in the open, we would hear the license plate. Then we would hear the name of the person, the address of the person, if she had had any problems with the law in the past, if she'd been arrested or anything, all of that in the open. And then it was like, okay, this is the car, and she has a warrant that she can't be close to this address for this reason. And it was like, this is your personal life being given out over the air for anyone to listen to. I always thought, I remember in the 80s when I heard that the first time, I said, this has got horrible. We hear all the details of everybody, who they are, if they've been arrested. You would have heard your neighbor, and it's like, oh, he was arrested back in the day in 1994. What? It's like you learn stuff, and it was like, this shouldn't be out in the open. It should never have been out in the open. I thought that was way too much information on somebody. Honestly. Then they got their first digital encrypted system. But here, the big problem in Quebec, in the southern part of the province is fine, but in the northern part of Montreal, there's a lot of mountains. The Laurentians are tons of little mountains everywhere. So the big problem with that is the communications weren't very clear, and so when you're on analog, even though there's, it's like TV, even though there's a little bit of noise, you still hear what they're saying. But on encrypted, it didn't work. Encrypted is on or off. So they would use encrypted when, and that was nice. They would use encrypted when the info would go through, about the person. but they'd be analog for the rest of the conversation. So you knew somebody was arrested, but at least you didn't know who, and you didn't know all the details of who they were, and if they had a record, if they had, you know, been arrested in the past, and so on. That was horrible. Honestly, I remember being a teenager thinking, this shouldn't be. This should not be out in the open like this. Edward Simmons, would a GA800 be a good with the RTL SDR-V4? I have one, but I have not hooked it up yet. You know, before you spend that amount of money for that, spend a lot less money for an MLA30 loop. Okay? And try that before. Because I have a hard time with the price of that G8 that it might be worth it. Adrian, do you use DMR or D-Star on VHF? I have, so as a ham radio operator, I don't have anything that is capable for the, you know, I don't have anything to make contacts in DMR or D-Star or anything. I do have, though, a ICOM ICR30. That is the receiver, a wideband receiver, portable receiver by ICOM. I do listen to D-Star stuff. It has a few other modes that I haven't really gone into, and I should. I've never done anything DMR. Black or Die, the ATS 909 was sold from 96 until maybe 2011. No idea how old the one I'm getting is. Jim Gordon, my original 909 still sounds good with the original speaker. However, the print is fading on the keyboard buttons. Yeah, mine too. The DX3 the 398 I have. It's all going away. So, you know, be careful, and because your original one, you know, it's like everything. Not everybody has a problem, but I know it's a common problem of the original 909. The speaker goes out. It's as if they've used a bad batch of speakers or something. Maybe it's a question of some of us had the bad speaker, but some of us had the good one. So if you're still working, maybe you had the good one, but mine is gone bad. And the K2, yeah, even in 2003 when Mars made its closest passage with Earth for thousands of years, I couldn't see polar ice caps then. Nope. And why? Because there was kind of a small, widespread, because Mars is good for that. They have these, Mars has these widespread sandstorms that just like go across all of the planet, and it just blocks out everything you could see. And in 2003, I believe, that was one of the conditions that was bad. It's like there was like a global sandstorm across Mars. You couldn't see anything. Joseph, apparently Waymo is out competing the normal tourist travel stuff like the old trolley trains. Tourists now come here to try Waymo instead of the trolleys. Yeah, I could see that. Shortwave archive. I like devices where the noise level it produces is eliminated when you move your radio 5 feet away from it, compared to being 30 feet away from the device and still wipes out this. Yeah, that's a big problem today. It's like you could be like, you know. Yeah, man, my father was 3 packs a day. My father's was one after the other, all the time. And I'm going to tell you one thing: the forest fire smoke impacts me in my lungs a little. I feel it, and I sometimes have, especially with moments like that, I sometimes have. I feel like I'm searching a little bit for my breath. And the doctor once took an X-ray of my chest and said, "Do you smoke?" I said, "I don't." He said, "You have the lungs of a smoker." And I said, "Never smoked in my life, but I grew up all my teenage years with my dad, 3 packs a day in the house. It was like there was a drift of smoke all the time. I mean, when you grow up, you know, your teenage years, your young years, there's an impact on your lungs are actually growing also. There's an impact, and I'm pretty sure I have, like, for example, I'm very scared of getting any flu or anything that goes into the lungs, because every time I do, it's very bad. The last one, the worst I've ever had, the flu I had, what was it, in April, March, April, was the worst ever. I never had experienced this. I was this close to, like, I gotta go to the hospital. I gotta go to the emergency room. And what prevented me from that was my caregiving duties. If I go, who's gonna take care? So I just lived through my hell for a few days, and I came back okay. But still, I sometimes think that really bad smoking habit of my father might have impacted, and still today I have an impact of having you know, inhaled all of that cigarette smoke over the years. I mean, back in the day there were no rules. You know, today here in Quebec, the same situation. My father could be arrested for smoking in the car with children, because today that's where we are. Back in the day, you know, even worse than that, I'm from the day where you smoke, you drink in the car, and nobody does anything. It's legal. There's nothing's illegal about it. And my dad was drinking, like, he was a heavy drinker. So we would go on the highway. I'm not going to stand too much long on that, but it would go on the highway, like, you know, I don't know, 100 miles per hour at 2 a.m. drunk and smoking like crazy. This was my, you know, I remember being terrorized in the back seat of the car, thinking, well, tonight is the night I'm going to die. So, you know, I told you about how heavy it was, and some of you know that, you know, I don't have much of anything positive to say about my father. And that's part of the reason. Matt says cigarettes contributed to my granddad's fatal heart attack at 64, my grandma's fatal lung cancer at 68. That's all I need to know. Yeah. You know, it's funny because yesterday at my brother's birthday, he was 65. Somebody asked me, he said, "You never smoked?" I said, "Nope." But like all kids, or many kids, I still remember there was this guy. I was 11 years old. He had stolen a couple of cigarettes from his mom. And it's like, oh, let's smoke. And I remember putting it, like, you know, I pretended smoke. It's like I didn't inhale. I just took the smoke and, you know, puffed it out. I didn't inhale anything. But I still remembered that I was doing that because I was, you know, you're 11. You don't want to be the chicken shit and that, like, well, you're not doing it like us. You know, you don't want to be different. But I still remember thinking, no, my dad is the best example of why I'm not going to smoke. And my brother told me the same thing yesterday. He said, oh yeah, seeing our father smoke the way he was, it's like it was the exact perfect reason why, no, we don't smoke. We didn't want to be like that. We just didn't want to be like that. Okay. Let's go here. So we're going to stop on the cigarette comment of Matt. We're not that far from being down, about 10 minutes. I just got a text message. I need to go attend to my care duties for a few minutes. I will also bring back another beer. It's a lot of fun to see you guys tonight. Hey guys, I need a new antenna. My MLA30 died. You know when we say there's fees for everything, if you guys want me to continue having fun with you guys on the radio and stuff. How about donations? I'm here all the time. This is like a show. You guys enjoy being here all the time. There's a value to the happiness of how this is cool. And what would I do if this would not be here anymore? I hear a lot of people telling me if this would not be here anymore, I'd miss it terribly. Well, you know what? Not doing pressure on anybody that already donated. How about I'm putting pressure on you've never given any dime, but you're here all the time, and you are able to give a little something. Think about it, okay? If you're here all the time, I guess you're having a good time, and we're all having a good time together. It costs me, something to be here. It's something that is my living also. This is my paycheck. You know what? If I don't make enough money, I won't be here anymore. I'll have to do something else. If I have to get another job, I'll never be here again. This is where, there's a cost to everything in life, unfortunately. That's the way it is in our society. Thank you, everybody, for that have donated. Now, if you donate, don't forget, next week, 2 people will be in a drawing for a 1-year membership of the Canadian International DX Club. So this is going to happen next week. Everybody that have donated from the last time we did the drawing until now are included. And so give a little something. There's a super chat here. You can give a little something on the channel. It was much appreciated. And let's call it the MLA 30 KW. What is the other one? Is the K180 WLA loop fund to replace my antenna. Through PayPal is available, and it could be a piece of fund at the same time. Please think about it. You guys, it is because of your donations that I've been continuing and wanting to continue every week, because you guys have been generous, and it's really, really fun to see that you guys enjoy. So Kevin Davidson through PayPal gave a little something, much generous, and it's really, really cool. So think about it. I will go do my little caregiving duties. I have my friend that has cancer that I have not had any news in 3 days. After this show, what I'm going to do is head on to his apartment to see if he's okay. So, lots of stuff going on. I could just do the hell with it. I got too much stuff on my shoulders, too much stuff to do. I don't want to do it. I want to be here, and I want to be here with a lot of you, which are kind of becoming friends. A lot of you are friends, and it's a lot of fun to be here. Okay, guys? I don't want to bother you guys with that, but come on, think about it, okay? Bought a new radio, bought a new stuff. You're going to buy a $1,000 radio. Can't give a little something? Come on, okay? I'll be back in a few seconds. I will leave you with the soothing sounds of a Russian channel marker, which should be relaxing and beautiful. So thanks everybody for the donation and for the help. Like I said, helps. It really is amazingly good in helping out. So, channel marker D from Russia, 16331.7 CW. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. So, has everybody gone zen and relaxed on the D letter channel marker from Russia? Time to relax. This is from the Russian Navy, by the way. It's something that is from the Russian Navy, and it's kind of a it's a channel marker. It's there to kind of hold on to a frequency if you want. And this is kind of cool. It's like there's a lot of them. I've never heard any transmissions or anything, or never heard of anybody that heard any voice transmissions or anything there. But apparently they're holding on. It's like a way to hold on to a frequency so nobody uses them. I've sometimes wondered if they would not use them for propagation purposes, meaning that they have all of these channel markers on different ranges of frequencies, and they know how propagation is thanks to what they have, you know. Don't know. 2 packs today is practically, it's chain smoking. Absolutely. Idaho Head with a 25-meter random wire. I regularly hear Asian international stations, but only rarely hear Europe. My random wire runs east-west. Would a north-south wire be more likely to hear Europe? 25-meter long wire is not very directional, so I don't think it would change anything. The way it works with a random wire, with a wire antenna, is the longer it is, the more directional it gets. So if you get to a beverage antenna, you're very directional. When we talk about, 50 feet, 100 feet, 150 feet, like 25 meters, which is like 80 feet, 90 feet-ish, that is not very directional. It's a question of propagation and trying out all the time to try to hear something. But you know what? If you are capable of trying it, why not? Why not? Test it out. EFOG3, nice to have you on board. Hey, Kenneth, nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona, and thank you so much for the donations. You're melting. I can just, just reading it, I can still see the witch melting away. And the K2 followed by our Radio Romania International in evenings, currently 9740 at 03 UTC. So yep, that one is it should be good for you guys. Not interested says I use SDR trunk on an RTL SDR. It picks up phase 1 and 2 digital, which is cool. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you here. I find some of the biggest noisemakers are USB port chargers. Unfortunately, a lot of our tech, a lot of our computer tech, a lot of our stuff that we buy is noise driven. It's crazy, and that is sad. Encaviva, here in the northwest corner of France, I received tons of Chinese stations in multiple languages, plus Radio Stereo España, Radio Romania, Vatican Radio. You should hear Turkey. You should hear most of the Asian stations like Vietnam, KBS World Radio. There's a lot of transmissions directed to Europe by these stations. Take care, Andrew. Always nice to have you on board. See you next week, Saturday, 20 hours Universal Time. Don't forget. Robert Levin says, I'm vegetarian and I won't go anywhere near kale or quinoa. So imagine, that's from a vegetarian. Now you know why we just... I had like those... meal delivery services where you have all the food, all the stuff, and you make the recipes. Oh God, they were so heavy on kale. I was like, who the hell likes this kale thing? Youch. Blogger died. That's an old memory. I have some cheap radio that added police band when I was in college. The one time I tried, they mentioned somebody I knew as a suspect. That was the last time for police. Oh God. Yeah, it is kind of, Jasmine. But back in the day, that was the thing. Back in the day, there was no rule. You know, if somebody would have called the cops in 75, 76, that my dad was going 150 and and he was smoking and whatever, and he was drunk, maybe you'd have a ticket for the high speed. Nothing else. You could drink. This was horrible. You could drink and drive your car. My dad was I think it was here in Quebec, 1978, 1977, when the laws like you have to abide by the rules of, like this is the amount of alcohol you're allowed, all sorts of things like that. Today, I mean, I don't know what year, but it's very recent that you can't smoke in a car with your children. It's illegal. All sorts of things like that. But back in the day, it wasn't a thing. We were all like that. We were all used to it. It was like, well, that's life. And and my dad was especially drunk. Oh man, you would not go and tell him, oh, you should smoke less because it's disgusting. Oh man, I would have been smacked. I'll tell you that. Mike WX50 also had parents who smoked, so I'm sure it's affected me too, although I've never smoked myself. It does, especially when you're growing up. Some of us probably have, health issues that are related to all of that from our young days. Jasmine, I feel bad for people your age. You had to live with so much toxic stuff, cigarette smoke, lead pipes. Hey, lead paint. I would go to the playground. I still remember maybe 20 years ago when they started removing, and I mean 20 years, it's not that far. 20 years ago, started removing all the playground equipment of lead paint. Matt, no, the last time I was sick in, what was it? April, May? It was influenza. I had influenza. To give you an idea, because I did the COVID test, it wasn't that, and it was different. And give you an idea of how bad it was. I had to help the landlord, and I picked up a bag of sand. I wasn't feeling well. I picked up a bag of sand, moved it one level up on the second floor. I was so out of breath and trying to catch my breath. It was crazy. I was like, man, I'm gonna die. That particular day, I was in bed feeling so bad. There was like, call an ambulance, bring me to the hospital. I need to go to the hospital. I think that was the Saturday. I think that Saturday I said there was no show. It's the last time that I said there's not going to be any shows because I was feeling too bad. It was influenza, and boy was it bad. I've never in my life had been sick like that. Jean Arash, I have a history of asthma because my mother was smoking in the car during long trips. I hated that. Yep, I'm pretty sure some of my lung issues when I get sick are a lot due to that, honestly. Literally. Okay, let's go down. So, Robert Levin still has his KYOI t-shirt from 83. Wow. Thanks, Matt. Jim's radio check. I used to hate people smoking cigarettes in restaurants. Oh, God. I saw a picture the other day on Facebook. Remember when it was McDonald's and they had McDonald's ashtrays and the McDonald's? How horrible can that be? But yeah, it happened. Shortwave archive, my grandpa's parents smoked in the car with him and his two sisters in the back seat. He used to cover his face. Now both of his sisters have lung cancer from all the secondhand smoke, but he doesn't. I'm sure a lot of people had secondhand smoke, health problems of all kinds. Black Eyes heading indoors. Kenneth is melting still at 106 Fahrenheit. I totally understand that. David Porter, I attended l'École Internationale de Français at Trois-Rivières in 1992. I was amazed that smoking was allowed in the hallway. Yeah, it was very late when we had the rules here of non-smoking and all of that. Took a lot of time before it happened. RJ Dakota, I'm 68 and remember as a kid having to go to family and other events where people always smoked. It was terrible because it would always be bad enough to get to my eyes. Yeah, I mean, imagine I remember the Christmas and New Year family gatherings with the uncles and cousins. I still remember my mom telling me, "Oh, open the door so that the smoke gets out." There was this blue haze and my eyes were actually hurting from the smoke. And that was the day. That was like that in the day. Absolutely. Kevin, yay for DXing on Sunday. Fun day. Nice to have you on board, my friend. Pretty cool to have you here. So, what else do we have? Kevin, there's no shame in asking for support. I know. But, feels like sometimes you're bothering people, which should honestly understand a little more about how all of this can help. So thank you, Kenneth KW1161, for the donation, much appreciated. Robert Levin, me and my mother would really pollute the car. My father was an abstainer. Wow. 54 cal, out of good old days. No seat belts. Yeah, no seat belts. Car seats and lawn darts. Such freedom. Oh man. Yeah, no seat belts, nothing. KW1161 says, okay, that's okay. Talking Jasmine. Old radios. Oregon seems nice. My photograph collector friends live there. Cool. Here it's going to be in the upper 80s all week, but it's hot, but it's not overly hot, so it's kind of okay. Ronnie Cougar, nice to have you here. I would like to have a 10-meter radio. Just haven't gotten the money yet. It's taken me a long time to come up with it, or any of rigs. Yeah. What do you want to do exactly? 10 meter? Do you want to? First, are you a ham? If you're not, what do you want to do exactly, Ronnie? Out of curiosity. Shortwave archive reminds me when I would fall asleep to WWV and never needed to switch frequencies in the middle of the night. 2.5, 510 or 24/7 for me. I had a small, it's been a little while, but I stayed up with my radios outside until, oh god, it was probably 3 a.m. on, I think it was Wednesday night. It was like a nice night, and my radio was outside, and I was like, yeah. And I heard fairly well, 2.5. Just surprising at this time of year, which is, it's a better frequency at in the winter time for me, honestly. Ronnie is KC8RBL. Joseph, I use a MacBook Air, which is a great machine, except I can't use it within 6 feet of my shortwave receiver. Yeah, but that's a lot of computers, honestly. The funniest thing is I got an Asus. First of all, don't say sorry about owning something. You have an Apple computer and you're happy with it, then that's fine. I will not say I'm sorry because I have a Windows computer and I'm freaking happy with Windows. That's just the thing it is. Okay. I got an Asus gaming laptop here, which is a tough laptop, and when I use it just to do normal stuff, like surfing the web or going on Word and writing something or an email, or it's fine. My radios can stay pretty close, but when I go and play one of the games, oh God, now it's over. The noise that it generates when it gets into high gear because it needs to run all the games I want, oh God, it's just horrible. It's the whole room is in noise while playing games. Mike B, I watched YouTube video on WBCQ and they're really nice antenna. They put a lot of time in. Yeah, from the we're not really sure where the money is coming in. They were saying this Egyptian guy and the flat earth societies, but you know what? Where did the money actually come from? Edward Simmons, it doesn't matter because today the MLE30 Plus is the only thing you get. You don't get MLE30 anymore. They're all MLE30 Pluses. And even if you would get, mine outside was an MLE30, not a Plus. Worked fine. And I had a Plus, I saw no differences. Shortwave Archive, Radio Romania International, iffy on 9740. They've only got a few hours to broadcast North American programs on 9740, pushing it. You know what's the biggest problem with Radio Romania right now is that because half of their transmitters are not working. They used to have at least 2 or 3 frequencies, and they are now stuck with only one most of the time for every region, and that doesn't help. That doesn't help. Thank you to Broke Tim for the donation, and it's much appreciated. Much appreciated. Let's go down here. Might be bowling alleys, bars. I remember when I started going to karaoke bars. I would smell like a pack of cigarettes. I would take off my clothes, and it was always almost like I wanted to puke, because all of my clothes only smelled the cigarette smoke of a bar. Imagine that also doesn't help. And it was crazy. I mean, when they passed the law here that okay, smoking in restaurants and bars is over, oh God, I was so welcome. I'm gonna tell you that. I was very happy, very happy. Cosmic Lettuce got a jar of hash on his desk. Jim Gordon, I was lucky. I had a minor strain of COVID, which was bad enough. All I wanted to do was sleep and drink tea. Cosmic Lettuce. Okay, no problem, Kenneth. Thank you so much. MDK2. When I first moved to Seattle in 1997, you could still buy these Mount St. Helens salt and pepper shakers and the shape of the volcano, with the pepper being the part that blew up and the salt being what remained glazed with volcanic ash. But by 2005, when I moved away, those weren't available anymore. Youch. Youch. Medicaid2 says, dude, we wore seatbelts and I'm your same age. My parents were ahead of that curve. I even got a hockey helmet for bike riding. No actual kid's bike helmet then, but didn't use it. Yeah, well, I was at nowhere at that. Nowhere. We didn't have seatbelts. We didn't have nothing. Drunk driving. My parents, you know, I'll say it as it is. My parents didn't care. It's that was it. That's why I always say I'm the true X generation guy. It's like when you hear X generation stories, all of them happened to me. I was in there in every aspect of it. Indicate2 says you couldn't ride a bike with a helmet without relentless teasing back then. Oh yeah, back then it was like, what are you doing? You're a sissy. And that's the way it was. Even today here, not a lot of people have bike helmets. I'm gonna tell you that. You would be hard pressed to find a bike helmet here in Montreal, because it's not required unless you're on an electric bike. Electric bikes, you have to wear a helmet. But if you're on a standard bike which you pedal, not required. I know, Jasmine, this is the last place where people should have smoked, but you know what? It was like that when and we're talking 2000? The year 2000. Isn't that far off? Isn't that far off, I can tell you. So, I'm going to continue on the chat, but let's, you want to try channel markers from Russia? 20047. 20048. Let's see if we hear something. So 16331.7, I hear the D marker. It's still there. 20047 until 20048. So it doesn't seem I hear anyone there. Then we have the 16 megahertz, which we were. Where's the next one? 13.528, 527. 13.527, 13.528. Got a lot of noise here. Nothing there. Nothing there. 10.871 to 10.873. So 10.871 to 10.873. Nope, not hearing anything there. So 16 megahertz was pretty much the only one. 9116.8. Look at the highest noise I got. Not hearing anything there. Then there's 849495. You guys in Europe probably hear that more than here in North America right now. But it's pretty interesting to see what's out there in those signals. Shortwave archive. I thought the Egypt guy was from World's Last Chance. It is, which is the flat Earth stuff. They are the ones that paid for the transmitter for WBCQ. USA 1, my impression of the S2200X, an amazing radio. It's expensive, but if you have the money and you like a big radio, really amazing radio. But you don't have to spend that much. It's a good radio, but there's good radios that are less expensive. Ronnie says we have 10-meter towers here, plus I would have to be able to talk to the International Space Station and talk to other people on 10 meters. The International Space Station is on 2 meters and 70 centimeters for the repeater. So what do you have as radios right now, Ronnie? Just out of curiosity. Artisan Crafter's Kitchen and Audio Lab, nice to have you here. Says, broke the telescopic off of what? One of your radios? Which one? Which one? What do we have? Shortwave archive. It's getting worse in Romania. I think they're shutting down medium wave transmitters for a few hours a night. Yeah, because they were saying that the government was not really giving them all the funding they needed, so they're like stuck with one frequency, and that's scary because that's always like thinking about, well, this is this for the government, this isn't important, and hey, maybe at some point it's just going to be hey, bye-bye. So we gotta listen while we can, because when governments start doing that, it's not a good sign. Okay, on your Sony 2010, my closing the moonroof of my God. Okay, I haven't checked eBay yet, but guessing replacements are available. I'm sure you can find something that will be a replacement for that. Look for that. It's sad that you're not close to here. Addison Electronics, where I go to, they have a full section. I think they have maybe 150 different telescopic antennas. I don't know how many times I've replaced telescopics because they had the one that just fit perfectly. But look for it. I'm sure you can find some stuff. Matt, I don't think we have helmet law for bikes here. Colorado still doesn't have a helmet law for motorcycles. Oh, motorcycles here do have to have a helmet. And here we have laws for electric bikes, but not for regular bikes. Matt, 13 megahertz, that's Kodar. Yeah, that's possible. These are the frequencies for Kodar. So Jasmine just made contact with someone in Vancouver on my tablet and $25 mesh radio, less than a watt output. Cool. Cool. Joseph has nothing on 9116. Yeah, unfortunately, Jasmine, there's a lot of that. Matt says, just using the FT8 band check, and I got signals from 15 to 30, nothing higher and lower in that range. I did get a alert on my phone not long ago that said that we were in a K index was at 4, which is almost a minor geomagnetic storm level. So let's check it out here. Space weather. Yeah, K index it's still green, but you know it's higher than I want it to be at this time. And you're on the kind of the west, so you're even worse than me. We're starting to have more decent stuff from Europe here on the East Coast at this time. It's starting to show that we're advancing in our summer months. I'll tell you one thing: there's a lot of broadcasts that are starting to come through. I started hearing a week, but their Voice of Korea from North Korea on 11710 yesterday or the day before. And by the way, they've stopped jamming the North. The North stopped sending those broadcasts to the South, and but apparently they're concentrating the jamming more intensely on KBS World Radio. So Ronnie's just got a handheld Yaesu radio. Okay. Cool, Archers. I like Crafters. You'll be able to get something to replace that. That's nice. That's very nice. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. What else? Okay, what else do we have? Other crafters, yeah, was a moment of despair, but in this online economy, most things are a few keystrokes away. Yeah. Shortwave archive, when they first announced the one frequency reduction, they kept emphasizing it's temporary. Yeah, they did talk about that a lot, but it always stayed, unfortunately. Always stayed. You know, it's sad because even though Radio Romania is a usually pretty good signal here, when they had two frequencies, when one wasn't that great, very often the other one was pretty cool. You know, the other one was good. But now you got only one frequency to rely on, so there's no other option. If it's bad, well, I'm sorry, you know. Ronnie, I have a Yaesu handheld radio. I would like to be able to talk to others on a different band. And, you know, take your time and slowly and gather that money and you know, look at AmFests around you and flea markets. And be careful what you're going to choose, because not all ham radio operators at the Hamfest are necessarily decent in what they do and are honest. But maybe you can get some older rig that does a great job and will bring you on the other bands. And it's going to be like really really cool. You'll have something inexpensive that you'll be able to use, Joseph, Voice of Korea, been coming in hot here in California. Yeah, you're on the West Coast, so all the Asian signals are much, much better there. Yeah, I know, Bobby. Jim Gordon, I hate cigarette smoke, and I'm so grateful it was banned in public places where here in Scotland. Some bar owners claimed it wrecked their businesses. Vaping has become popular here. It's dangerous too. Yeah, and you know what? No bar suffered from cigarette smoke, from cigarette smoking being banned. I mean, they go outside, they have their. Here it's there. We have a rule. You're supposed to be 9 meters away from any place. So technically, it's like, no, move away, go smoke, get out of her face. A lot of people have a hard time respecting that, though. Shortwave Archive, did South Korea stop the programs for North Korea? Checked with a remote in Japan weeks ago and there was nothing. Yep, they've stopped all their broadcasts to North Korea. And so North Korea stopped the jamming on those frequencies, but it's using all those transmitters to jam KBS more. So it's kind of okay. I was just out of crackers. Yeah, same week my iPhone flew off the roof of my car after ordering Fantastic Four tickets. Recovered the phone and data and was all intact to transfer to new phone. Oh man, there are weeks and days like that are just like crazy. Shortwave Archive, Voice of Korea's North American broadcasts are like Radio Romania's with the two frequencies. Some days 9435 doesn't propagate, but 1110 does, and vice versa. Yep. Jasmine, oh yeah, absolutely. On Hamfest, you got to be careful. Even hams try to scam other people with bad radios, and that is so sad. That is so sad. I remember going to one time, and he had a scanner radio, and he was selling it for like $50. It's quite a while back, and what happened is that I started tuning around on it to see if it worked well, and the frequencies were off. I said, "No, your scanner has a problem. What I hear on 146,700, I hear it here on 146,725. Your scanner's off frequency." He says, "It's not off frequency." It's like, it is. You're trying to screw everybody. And I got a few people that told me they bought stuff that weren't really great. So you really gotta be careful with these guys. Some of them are not honest, unfortunately. Most of them are, but some are not honest. 11785, Matt is Voice of Turkey in English. At this time, Voice of Turkey English language. They're ending their broadcast. They're ending their broadcast in 5 minutes. Voice of Turkey in English. They usually end their broadcast with a lot of Turkish music. Oh, really? In casinos here in Quebec, it's everywhere. All public places, no smoking. Wherever it is. Shalagash 9-meter rule for smoking doesn't work because it is legal to smoke on the sidewalks. Not if it's within 9 meters. They're supposed to look at that, but nobody looks at that anyways. Where I go to karaoke, it's always the same thing. You got to tell people, hey, can you move away? I'm tired of fucking smoke. Oops, sorry. I had the F word. I am very sorry. That's how I hate smokers. Man. Just out of Crafter's Kitchen. Yeah, I know it. I still remember when several years ago I just got my new smartphone. And got it stolen. And I think I had it for 2 weeks. And I called my cell phone, my cell carrier, and I said, so my new phone got stolen. How much is it going to cost me to get a new one? Oh, it's going to be $2,200, mister. I was like, okay. That is the worst freaking moment in my life right now. Shortwave archive. Can I send to your email Clayton and Helen Howard's last DX party line on HCJB from '84? Oh, I would love that. Shortwave archive. I would absolutely love that. Please do. On YouTube, there's part of it. If you have it, the whole show. Oh man, I would love that. Please do. Mike B, 11785 in Beefield, Colorado. Joseph, nothing on 11785 in California. Matt says, weird, EIBI lists VOT as being on... Oh, because it was... They have not updated their list. It was on 11785. They moved to 11780. I guess somebody told them that Brazil was there. And they went back to 785. So I think it's because the EIBI list is not up to date. Right now, the EIBI list has been updated last time. Well, it's August 2nd. Let me check it out here. It's been updated yesterday. 11785. Yeah, it's still. They haven't updated. I'll send him an email to say that no, it's on 11785. Oh, that's interesting. That's a mistake. Sometimes when I see these, I just send him an email. I click on the email link. I was like, oh, you got a mistake there. I often correct him on marine broadcasts from Canada, because there's a lot of the names that are francophone names or French names. So often he doesn't write them correctly. So what I do is I send him an email and say, this is how it is officially written in French. And often I will translate it, say, oh, this means that. For example, he had a mistake a couple of months back. There's one transmission from the Canadian Coast Guard here in Quebec that comes from Rivière au Renard. And the word renard was not written correctly. And so I sent him that. And I said, yeah, you can translate it as the River of the Fox, if you want. A renard is a fox, so it's a place called, River of the Fox, Rivière au Renard. Oh, that was something. I absolutely my WX50. I've even seen old magazines. Matt, oh dear, she'll get the soap and wash your mouth. Yeah, that would be, it wouldn't get that much. I'm really always trying to be very, very careful. But yeah, we could start a swear jar. The swear jar radio fund. How much did you make this week? No, this year. Oh, $1 million. Tosin, freaking frick. Yeah. I believe DX Party Line was an hour show. Wasn't it an hour? Does somebody remember? I think it was an DX Party Line. I think it was an hour. Length of DX Party Line show. Why was it 30 minutes? You're right. It's a 30-minute long show. Okay. AI told me that the DX Party Line radio program was typically 30 minutes long. The show, which focused on shortwave radio listening, was broadcast on HCJB in Quito, Ecuador. A specific episode recorded in Kingston, Ontario, Canada on December 7, 1976 was 30 minutes long, running from 0230 to 03 UTC, according to the Internet Archive. The show ended its run after 50 years on the air, with its final broadcast scheduled for the weekend of May 28th, 29th, 2011. So, May 28, 29, 2011, last DX Party Line. 14 years ago. Dang. Lots of stuff that we miss, from the good old days, honestly. So it was a 30-minute show. Yep. Kenneth, Voice of Turkey, just out in the north before it closed. Doesn't know if I've got a good signal on 11785 in North Alabama. Dakota, most doctors prefer Chesterfield Kings to any other brand of cigarettes. Old commercial from my childhood. There's this stand-up comic, and she talks about generations, and she has the X generation, and she's got it perfect. And I mean, everything she relates to, I can relate to. But one of the funniest things she says, back in the 80s, even if you were a kid, you could go to the corner store and say, hey, I want to have a pack of, cigarettes for my mom. And they would give you a pack. I exploited that. When I was 12, 13, my next door neighbor, I don't know if I should tell the story as it is, because it's a little salty, I'm not sure, but let's just call her my next door neighbor. I know you guys want to hear the real story of who she was. And in the mornings, on Saturday mornings when I didn't have school, I would hang out in front of where she lived, because she would open the door, say, hey, Gilles, can you go and get me a pack of cigarettes? So she would give me $10. And back in that time, a pack of cigarettes was like, I don't know, $3. So when I'd go back, she would say, keep the $7. So I was so happy, because every Saturday morning, I'd make $7 just going to fetch a pack of cigarettes. So that was one of the things. But let's not go into the details of who she was. Jace Gilbert, nice to have you here, Jace, from Melbourne, Australia. Monday morning there. You're Andy Future. Yep, 30-minute broadcast. So, well, you know what, Jasmine? So I'm not worried about it, but every time I've said it here, you have no idea how many people told me that it was not appropriated and that I should never say that. So it's like I try to be careful. I do have these little moments of, especially when I drink beer, of the F word coming out, but I try not to because it does offend some people. So, it's all right. I try to be careful. That's that. I want to be a good person. No F words. What F words? Farts. Matt, Radio Farda via Wolferton, good signal on 12035. That one will also sign off shortly. Yeah, usually that one is pretty good too. Thank you, Shortwave Archive. I will put it online actually on the CIDX Canadian International DX Club archive channel. Alright, Jay Dakota, always remember DX party line was 30 minutes long. DX jukebox was always 50 minutes long. So, okay. Matt says we can handle the salt. So the real story is that you listen to your parents and you listen to the people around you, the adults, when you're 12 years old. So, you're a kid. When adults talk, you register what people are talking about. So, the story was that she was a prostitute. And she would have men go there every night. And especially on the weekends. So, as a 12-year-old, I knew what a prostitute was, but I just didn't care. It's like, she's giving me good money to go get a pack of cigarettes. I'm bringing it back. I got $7. I don't care about whatever people say. I remember my father telling me, it's like, are you like doing errands for the neighbor? I said, yeah. He said, I don't want you to do that. And I was like, I would still do it. I'd do it, but I'd stand in a place where my father couldn't see me and wait for her to come out and ask for, go get my pack of cigarettes. I was like, no, you're not going to tell me if I should or should not get a pack of cigarettes. She's nice. She's not. I have nothing against anything here. I just want to have my $7. That's all. And I would stand in a different path so that my father would not see me, because he was mad as hell that I would go and fetch her a pack of cigarettes. Who cares? I was like, who cares? I was 12 years old and I was like, who cares? I make $7. I make good money getting her a pack of cigarettes. So I was like, and she was super nice to me all the time. I remember sometimes she would give me $7 and she says, oh, I got some candies, I got some stuff. It's like, hey, go ahead. No problem there. Old radios, this is the lady that said we had Jar Jar Binks in our Star Wars. That said you would have to do this. Oh God. Yeah, I know, Jasmine. But I do understand also that a swear word like the F word is not particularly beautiful, Don Royale, nice to have you on board. WA7330WL, glad he quit smoking. Had a lot of friends die from smoking. Joseph says appreciate manners. Yeah, there's I that's why I want to be careful. I think it is, I am part of, here in Quebec, the French Quebecois, we swear with church words. So every church word you can imagine in French in Quebec is a swear word for most Quebecois francophone French people. And you know what? I, even when I was a teenager, young adult, a couple of my close friends, when they would swear, I was like, what do you have to swear? Why do you have to swear? It doesn't sound nice. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound appropriate. You don't have to swear. Why do you swear? We do swear. I mean, if I bang my finger with a hammer, I probably will have those church words. But in everyday life, I would always tell my friends, I said, why are you swearing? It doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel good. It lowers kind of the, I don't know. I didn't like it. So that's where I got some rant here over me using the F word. And at the same time, I'm like, yeah, you're the one that was also telling your friends, don't do it. So, I try to be careful. That's it. Mine WX50 wouldn't wish lung cancer in my worst enemy, yeah. Jasmine, sex work is work. No shame in that. You know what? I think the biggest problem today is people should just mind their own business, and they don't. And that's the biggest problem. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. Just right in the middle of sex work is work. Imagine you just get into a chat room and the first thing you see is sex work is work. Blogger, my dad quit smoking before I was born, and I'm very grateful. He lived 92. My mom and my dad both smoked, but my mom quit smoking when I was born. She, when often women tell you that when they have a child, sometimes there's something that changes and you can't do it anymore. And I remember she told me that when I was born, she took a cigarette out to smoke, and she threw up. It was kind of disgusting. Something happened when I was born that changed how she felt about smoking. And she always told me, she said, you were born, I took a cigarette, I puked, and I never, ever touched a cigarette after that. So she stopped smoking, when I was born, because she was a smoker also. So, Don Royal, there's something, one of my uncles was smoking pipe, and another uncle was smoking cigars. That attracted me a lot. It smelled so good, like chocolate, and there were some, it was not like cigarettes. Cigarettes just smells bad. But a pipe, or depending on the tobacco they use, or a cigar, I've never smoked those, but I remember telling myself, well, this smells good. It wasn't like a cigarette. Cosmic Lettuce says, Jill, the drug runner. Jasmine, I wonder if you had a paper route, if your dad would have told you not to deliver to her. Yeah, I don't know. I probably not, because that would have been a job that I'd do something. I think what he didn't like is that I was hanging around a prostitute. And the worst part of that is that she was a very nice woman when you talk to her. And I never told my dad, but one night she wanted me to get cigarettes and booze, because back in that day I could get booze and cigarettes and nobody asked questions at my age. And I gave her that, and as I was like, I remember the tip was like $25. It was like I had 25. I imagine $25 at when you're 12 years old. I mean, I'm rich. I was just trying to think what I'm going to buy at Radio Shack. And but I remember that she gave me the money, and I still remember I told her, you don't have to give me that much. She says, no, I'm happy. You know, you went to do errands for me. You have to get paid for it. And I still remember she asked me the question. She said, you know, your father, I saw your father being mad. Is it because of me? And I said, yeah, my father's mad because I'm doing errands for you, and that I shouldn't. And she said, and what did he tell about me? And I said, well, he said you're a prostitute. And then I told her, I said, I don't care. And I told her, I said, that's why I'm always behind a tree when I'm here on Saturday mornings, because I don't care. I want to get your pack of cigarettes, and you're happy, and I'm happy, and I just hide to make sure my dad doesn't see it. And man, Dad, I was 12. She talked to me a lot, and she was nice, and she was like, we had kind of a conversation of, you know, what you want to do in life, things like that, and you know, she was telling me, you know, things about her life, and that's kind of cute. I don't know how to say it. It was like, you know, there's a human being behind whatever people do. And I remember I was like, yeah, you know, it's okay. And you know, and then I told her, I said, you know, this is a secret conversation. I will never tell anybody, because my dad's going to be like really, really mad. And she was okay with that. She, you know, I had no judgment back then. Like, I pretty have no judgment on much today, because I've seen too much stuff to judge anyone. Plus, my life isn't, you know, A plus perfect, beautiful, and perfect, and, you know, honest and whatever. I've had my stuff, I'll say it as I say, I had my shit in life. So these are things that I do not judge personally. You know, my brother was a junkie for many years. I'm part of the reason where I helped out in all of it. And that today, you know, he's got a beautiful family and everything's all right. So who am I to judge anyone? No, I'm not there. And I wasn't there back then. I don't know why. I've never been someone to judge anything or anyone or any comment that people said about someone, even when I was young. Shortwave archive. The recording is not mine. I found it on YouTube while researching shortwave stations of the 80s. Okay, Shortwave archive. I'm going to check it out. Thanks for sending it, though. Donald Royale. My dad quit smoking, lived to 91. Old radios. I had a paper route, but I barely saw any of the money. Thanks, Mom. Craig Martinetti, WDX2ROE. Don Royale. Yeah, cigars. Hey, Craig. Old radios, but it was my first job at 12. What was your first job? Oh, getting cigarettes for a hooker. For a prostitute. I'm sorry. A hooker is a nice prostitute. Jasmine, I just used It's just used for extra emphasis. Yeah. Blogger says ow when he bangs his finger. I do say how too. Well, you gotta say. Shalarash, yeah, I know. There's a store here, dépanneur, next to where I live. They're Chinese, and she speaks French, and she uses the Quebecois swear words when she's really mad. It's just so funny. Robert Levin, I can hear Radio Pyongyang, which is Voice of Korea, on the SDR with the MLA-30. Matt, swearing is absolutely vital in communications. Which is why we have substitutes that people accept. Darn, shoot. Yep, that's true. Shortwave Archive, I've heard news from the Voice of Nigeria that the Voice of Nigeria president wants to reactivate. Yeah, this is a... so we talked about it on the International Radio Report maybe a month and a half. And it was interesting, the way that they want to kind of reactivate all of this. So there's M12. You guys want to chase the M12 Russian number station? So we are friend here at 1, which was a couple of minutes ago. I don't know if it's still on. 14408. Let's check it out. CW. Yeah, I'm hearing the Morse code. 14408. So it's there, 14408 right now, M12, the number station out of St. Petersburg, Russia. And in exactly 15 minutes from now, 13408 will be the next frequency. We're going to chase those. Let's chase the number stations from Russia. So yeah. Cosmic Lettuce, research shows that swearing is good for health. Oh, God. I'm going to live to 95. Old radios. I like to fix my antique radio audio gear, and I'm not a very pleasant person to be around when something gets really tedious, when I'm dealing with small screws and stuff. Yeah. You know, I'm not the most patient. I don't know. I am patient. People tell me I'm extremely patient. But there are times, you know, when you just let it go. That's it. Matt, maybe expression is a better word to use than communication. Yeah, well, it's a form of communication too, so, you know. So 54 Cal, thank you for reminding us of the M12 stations. Rob's radio channel, thank you so much for the tip. And he says, this week I got myself a 1959 radio. I'm here testing it. Very definitely needs caps, capacitors, doing bush radio. Cool. Have fun. I mean, it's nice to see people having fun with radio. Hey guys, PayPal, if you want to give the MLA-30 loop or K180 K180 WLA loop fund and pizza at the same time, because my MLA-30 just died on me, through PayPal also. You just send it to the email address that I am posting now. And once again, there's a lot of very generous donators that are always the same people every week. You know what? That means something. That means that there are people out there that find that it's extremely important that this continues, and that we are all gathered together having fun with radio. But you know what? There's a cost to it, and this is my job. And at some point, we're going to understand that content is paid in two ways. Ads, but ads on YouTube don't pay the content here. They're too crappy. Your donations is helping out a lot more and to making this content continue. So think about it. It's much appreciated, especially if you've never done it. You know what? Why not? Why not? Do you like what's happening here? Are you like here saying this is so cool? Maybe a little something. Any amount helps. Don't worry about it. And thank you so much. Next week, everybody have donated until today will be in the drawing for 2 memberships for the Canadian International DX Club. All right? Thank you so much, everyone. So, as we're listening to spy number stations, who knows? Maybe I'm the spy for Russia. And I'm doing this, faking it. Yeah, the Bush brand. I got a radio here. This, let me, do I see it here? Let me check. Oh, here. I think that one is. I think that. Here we go. Here we go, guys. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I haven't touched this radio in a while. So you said Bush as a brand. Of course. Look what I have here. I got one. So man, it's got. I'm almost embarrassed. It's got a spider web on it. So this is a long wave, medium wave. I got that at a church flea market. Paid like $4 for it, and it works. It actually works. And I need to make videos on this medium wave, long wave only. I need to make videos and tune it in the days ahead. I'm gonna keep it close, so like that I can actually use it. So I do have a Bush branded radio. What else do we have? So Don Royal went to cigar store with my friends, buy cigars and tobacco. WX50. Jasmine, that's a wonderful story. We should all remember the human behind every person, even those we disagree with. Yep. Tosanov thinks he heard something on 14408. Kenneth, look up Here Comes the Judge with Sammy Davis Jr. on Laughing. Okay. 54 cal, 14407 upper sideband. Cool. Still going on. Show your signals in the middle 80s. My friends and I would go buy cigars and pipe tobacco from a local smoke and snuff at the mall. Inca Viva says, does the International Space Station actually talk to people? Yes, they do. And not all the time. So they have periods where the astronauts actually will speak on the amateur bands with amateurs on the Earth, which is part of the ARIS program. And they also have moments where if they have contacts with schools where children can ask questions, which is also very cool. I've been a witness to the one with schools where there was a school in northern Vermont that they made a contact with, and because it's so close, I was in the path of hearing the astronauts actually ask or answer the questions of the children. So it was really, really nice. And that was really, really cool. It's many years ago. So they do sometimes do, if they have time, contacts with the internet, the ham operators on the ground. Sometimes it's cool, but for the rest, well, there's a repeater. So there's an onboard repeater, which is 437-800 UHF. You want to listen to it when it's over your city. So, you know. Jasmine, we say sex worker now. All right. Sex worker. I will correct myself. I go ahead. Sacre bleu is a real thing. I think it's more like for France. Here in Quebec, it's not something we use. Matt, M12 week on 14408 CW. Kenneth, I remember my stepmother would say, "Hush your mouth," with a southern drawl when she was mad at me, plus other censored language. Oh, God. Joseph, nothing on 14408. I really want to make a proper loop again. I used one on my floor for a while that worked good. Mike says Russia converted Jill back when he was listening to Radio Moscow. Kilo61, I have the Shibo GA800 on order at AliExpress. I've purchased their GA450 magnetic loop last week. All right. Mike, he's a spy now. Yeah, Craig, no problem. Send me an email, Craig. Craig, say hello to me at... Well, I have your email. I'm going to... Okay, I'm going to look. But it's because I might not remember after the live show, you know? Official SWL Shortwave channel, sorry. Channel at gmail.com. And say, hey, it's Craig. Send me your address. And I'll be okay. What else do we have? Ronnie, put me in a drawing. Did you give a donation, Ronnie? If you did, yes. If you didn't, do a donation. Even if it's just $1. I cannot have the President George Bush sign it. Oh, God. Paul the Cat is a handler. Oh, God. Jasmine. Short archive. Do radios with an analog tuning chip and analog dial work in other countries on medium wave, long wave with 9-10 kilohertz steps difference? Well, when they're analog, they don't have steps. When they're analog, they just tune smoothly from one range to the other. It's not like the radios with a digital display, which often have steps, 9, 10. An analog one doesn't have steps. It's just a smooth tuning around. I don't even know if... I know there's a battery in it, and I'm actually scared of knowing if the batteries in it are... Does it turn on? I'm just curious, it doesn't. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. I hope it's heavy. I think there's batteries in here, and I'm scared to see what this is gonna be like inside. Oh, God. So, yeah, I got that at a church flea market a long time ago. All right, Robert's Radio Channel. We'll be able to show us that. Do you answer emails into that email address? I do. If I get the emails. Doesn't know if I have a lot of ham satellite programmed to my scanner, but I mostly just hear the space station and the 137 megahertz weather sets. You should hear also the orb comms. There's a lot of orb comms. So, shh, Jasmine. You gotta keep it, low profile. Having a YouTube channel which talks about shortwave. Perfect cover for listening to number stations in plain sight. Shortwave Archive. Would Shell have to win that free trip to the Soviet Union courtesy of Radio Moscow to return to Moscow without getting caught? I don't know how. There's no more broadcast, but I won a trip to Russia. Courtesy of Putin. Okay. So, it just stopped. 2 minutes. 13408, guys. So it's 1 megahertz lower, actually. 13408. CW, or 13407 upper sideband if you want, is the next M12. What will it sound like? Will it work? Oh yeah, that's the tone for testing. That's the tone for testing. I'm going to hear it well. 13408 in about a minute's time. No problem, Craig. Whenever it happens. There we go. So this is M12. This is the Russian number station out of St. Petersburg, Russia. Broadcasting to spies everywhere. Maybe one of you guys is a spy and I don't know. Pretending to be a nice, follower of the channel, but in reality, oh, he's going to tune those number stations. I'll decode from there. Okay, Shortwave Archive. I have the link of everything. Thank you so much. Audio days. Have you updated firmware on your LC90 to version 4.8? Yep, I did. I'm on 4.7, always apprehensive of breaking it. It won't brick. You can't brick an LC90. If it doesn't work out, there are ways to get out of the problem. So you can't brick it. At the worst of the problems you can get is you'll have to plug it on a PC to restart it correctly. Blackguard Eye, here's CW on 13407. Doesn't know if it's a bit stronger here than the first. Mine WX50, Gilles won't tell us what these beeps mean. Paul Stringer, shh, don't blow my cover. Mike, you figured me out, comrade. Blogger Eye, telescopic Grundig G4008 indoors. Pretty cool. And here's the Morse code going on. Yeah, Jasmine would be the perfect spy. Shortwave Archive, we know it's you now, Jill. Time to spill the beans. What do they mean? Okay, missile attack, nuclear weapons, American cities. You just scare people out, you know, like freak everybody out. So it's pretty good. You know, this is what is funny, is when people tell us, yeah, but it's just like beeps and dashes and you don't know what it means. Why is it so cool? It's so cool because, one, we all have the James Bond feel of, you know, spies and stuff happening around us. And even more if we're shortwave guys for a long time, being the Cold War, and, you know, learning about spies that got arrested and so on. The first thing we think of, this is cool, this is a transmission for somebody and it has a message, a secret message in it. And we're part of those that actually can copy it. We can actually receive it on our radios. And it comes out from Russia. It comes out from the other side. It's like, okay, this is so cool. Just that is cool in itself, first of all. Second of all, it comes from Russia. It's cool. We're hearing Morse code coming out of Russia. Coming into Europe or North America, or... It's cool. It's like, yeah, I don't know what they're saying. But it's not the main thing. It doesn't matter we don't know what they're saying. It's just so cool to hear that, you know? Yeah. Shortwave Archive, American cities right as the word per minute sped up. Shortwave signals, 13408 in Florida, strong signal. Jasmine has talked with a Russian hacker. That's why this message is going on right now. Black and I visited Russia in 2011, but you couldn't pay me to go there today. Yeah. I think we all saw a moment when the Iron Curtain fell, the Berlin Wall went away. The Voice of Russia was... Radio Moscow converted to Voice of Russia, which sounded nice. We had all this thinking that, oh, that's the past now, it's all over. Until Putin came along and you're like, okay, now it's not interesting anymore. Oh, what? Really? Oh, let's check that out. Yeah, it's official. Lonnie Anderson, WKRP in Cincinnati, which is for radio guys also a show that a lot of people watched. By the way, if you haven't seen this, a lot of people say that it was very close to the reality of what radio was, radio stations were in the 70s. So Lonnie Anderson has died. and she's well known for the WKRP in Cincinnati show. So, yep, it's official. So, Lonnie Anderson, actor in the hit 1980s show WKRP in Cincinnati, dead at 79. Lonnie Anderson, who played a struggling radio station's empowered receptionist on the hit TV comedy WKRP in Cincinnati, died Sunday, just days before her 80th birthday. Anderson died at a Los Angeles hospital following a prolonged illness, said her longtime publicist. We are heartbroken to announce the passing of our dear wife, mother, and grandmother, Anderson's family said in a statement. WKRP in Cincinnati, which aired from 1978 to 1982, was set in a lagging Ohio radio station trying to reinvent itself with rock music. The cast included Howard Esman, Frank Bonner, Tim Reed, Gordon Jump, Jan Smithers, and Gary Sandy, alongside Anderson as the sexy but smart Jennifer Marlowe. As the station's receptionist, the blonde and high-heeled Jennifer used her sex appeal to deflect unwanted business calls for her boss, Mr. Carlson, played by Jump. Her efficiency often kept the station running and the face of others' incompetence. So she got, for that role, 2 Emmy Awards and 3 Golden Globe nominations. So, pretty cool. Sad to hear, unfortunately, the passing of Lonnie Anderson from WKRP in Cincinnati. I would come home from school. And the first show that was on when I wanted to watch stuff on TV at, I think it was about 5 p.m., was WKRP, which I watched every night when I was a teenager back then. I enjoyed the show. It was a great show. So thanks, Keegan, DXer, for letting us know of the passing of Lonnie Anderson. Paul Stringer said she also voiced Blondie. Oh. Mike WS50, oh, sorry you hear that. Yep. Old radios, he shows the turkey drop. Yeah, that was some episode, the turkey drop. Dustin Love, I think my first exposure to Russians was on the Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoons. Kenneth. E. Foxby remembers the show. Tostenloff, I think. Yeah, okay. That was okay. I read that one. Mike says the actor Frank Boner was from Arkansas. Yeah, rest in peace, Lonnie Anderson. Yeah, she was married to Burt Reynolds for a while. I remember that, Matt MDK2. They even had weren't they in a movie together in the 80s? Jasmine, you like radio? And you want to know what radio, FM, music radio was in the 70s? All the episodes are free on YouTube. Just type WKRP in Cincinnati. Watch the first episode. I bet you can't stop and you're going to watch all the others. Yeah, they might. I don't know what age this one is. I have no idea what age this one is. This is a Bush radio. What's the? Well, I can't even read that. Let me take a picture of the plate here. There we go. So, all right. So this is, oh God. Bush 122A. Nine volts, made in India, manufactured by a company in association with the rank organization. What does that mean? This is so weird. What does that mean? What does that mean? I have no idea what this means. Whoops. There we go. Sorry if I'm at an angle, but picture was taken at this is kind of weird. I'd say, Dakota, a lot of what happens on some real radio stations reminds me of WKRP in Cincinnati. It was actually by many DJs. It was actually branded as almost a documentary of what really happened in radio back in the day. Apparently, it's real close to the real experience. Dr. Johnny Fever. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Izzy Osbourne. Yep. Oh man, this is where we learn that we are getting older. All of these shows, TV, actors and artists that we loved. My mom always told me, when your favorite artists start to die, it means you're starting to get old. And I was like, yep. Black and I worked at a building with 2 radio stations. We had a fake bomb delivered to one of them. Oh God. Imagine how you would not do that in 2025. Imagine how things have changed. Because in 2025, that would have been impossible. So, Russian spies delivering their message through YouTube, thanks to me, and saying, hey, we got a commandant in Canada that is just rebroadcasting the Morse code. Let's listen to him. Once again, guys, don't forget, I'm here. We're doing this show. We're having fun. We live. We thanks to Keegan. We know that Lonnie Anderson has passed away. We're listening to spy number stations. Where else would this be something happening? Nowhere. There's a lot of live shows, and I won't mention names, but they're rather boring compared to what I do, and I'm pretty confident that you guys feel the same too. And there's a reason for that. There's the knowledge behind the channel. There's all the things that we talk about. And there's, you know, the digression. We go somewhere, we go to this and that place. And you know what? You enjoy that. So, come on, guys. Through the super chat, there's always something you can give, whatever it is. And don't forget, there's the MLA 30 Fund. And Paul the Cat treats, if you prefer, through PayPal. It's much appreciated, and not just much appreciated. It's very important, guys. Okay? And think about it. I think a lot of people love this. A lot of people love the way we are, the way it is, how we interact with each other. This isn't just, you know, I'm here and that's it. This is a friendship. This is a lot of us being gathered in what is really cool, something we love in radio, and it's thanks to this show, thanks to this live show. 12203 is the next frequency, guys. 12203. And this is in case of traffic. 12203. Don't forget, where else anyone has the knowledge and has enough of a big mouth to just have live shows that last for hours and that are entertaining and interesting. Okay? Come on, guys. So, 12203. Next, Russian number station. Here we go. Oh, this one is strong. Let me check something here. I'm going to go check out M12. So M12, do they have the speeds they're sending out? Speeds, what are the speeds? Out of curiosity. So let's try this. What is the speed they're sending at? That's what I'm trying to find here. Words per minute. Let's go to 20 words per minute. Trying to find a speed where I can decode. Of course, to show my comrade friends. It's 35? Matt? Okay, let's go 35. 35. Oh, look at that. Oh, that looks perfect. Thanks, Matt. That looks pretty good. Yeah, 12203 is great. So that means between Russia and North America, 12 megahertz is really propagating well. So, decoding some spy number station. Kenneth, I like that movie also. He was in the first Terminator movie as one of the whose heart literally left his body. Don't forget Titanic. Oh, Bill Paxton, yeah, Bill Paxton. He was in Alien. Alien 2, I think. He was in Alien 2. And you know what? It might be a not really good rated movie. I'm sorry, but I like Twister. Bill Paxton and Twister with, you know, like they're chasing the tornadoes. That's a good movie. Come on. It's just great, you know? Yeah, I know they're angry. They're sending it now and make it faster. Toast and Loaf says, seemed aimed at Canada. I want to get political, but it'd be probably closer to you being sent to U.S. Oh, sorry. No political comments on that. Okay. Yeah, Bill Paxton. I mean, yeah. He was in Aliens, the second one. Also, he was in many movies. That guy was... He died young. Bill Paxton died very young. I don't know what age he was. Yeah, Rita McNeil and Blogger Die, of course. I know Rita McNeil. Absolutely. John McClure, nice to have you here. I guess there was traffic. Yeah, there's traffic. Our Shortwave archive. If Voice of Russia was still around, would that mean, yeah, probably 25 meters would be a great frequency to transmit to North America right now. Absolutely. Absolutely. Craig Martinetti, take care, my friend. It's nice to have you on board. Jasmine. MDK2, I never saw Twister, but I like Bill Paxton for everything from Fishhead's video, which he directed and starred in, Terminator, Weird Science, Club Dread, Big Love, Aliens. Yeah, you know, it's one of those. Don't you have to? Twister is a movie you don't take seriously. It's one of those movies that's action packed. Of, you know, they're chasing tornadoes and so on. But you know what? I find it nice, and he's got a cute role in it too. You know, like the ex of the girl that is going to be chasing the tornadoes, and he's like really so it's cute. I think they're trying to mix a love movie and a twister movie at the same time. I don't know why. I got hooked on it and was like, yeah, it's cute. And you know what? Every summer when there's bad weather, I actually stream it online because it's like, yeah, I wanna see the movie. Oh, really? Old Radios? His son was in Twisters, the remake? Who's his son? Old Radios, just out of curiosity. Matt says Bill Paxton was 61. He died from complications following heart surgery. Oh, man. He was young. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that, Old Radios. Jasmine says, this is why I'm going to sign off with Moscow Nights. Hey, you want to have Moscow Nights? Better have a little bit more donations than that. I mean, there's a price for Moscow Nights. I'm going to do my prostitute tonight. Oh, sorry, my sex worker, but there's no sex here. Although I could be sexy, but that's not the... Whatever. James Paxton, thanks Keegan. Oh, I didn't know that he was in the sequel. That I did not know that the sequel, I'm a guy that likes originals, so when they do a remake, I never really am a big fan of the remakes, personally. But yeah. So, nuclear missiles will hit tonight at 04:35 UTC. New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Seattle. Jasmine, better get to your bunker. You need to get to your bunker. Blogger and I getting out while the getting is good. Matt says yes. The Moscow Nights dance is sexy. VD Radio just went out for a walk and snack when my computer rebooted. Sun is just a small. Yeah, I know. I'm looking here. You know what? It's here. It's 8 p.m. Sun is setting in about 20 minutes, 15 minutes. But I can just imagine how it must look because it's darker than it should be right now, and it looks weird outside. It's like a weird apocalypse. Nuclear missile falling down moment. Jasmine, gotta get the latex suit. Oh God. Yeah, Ellen Hunt was in Twister. Matt, absolutely. Ellen Hunt, absolutely. She was in that. What TV show was she in? Isn't Ellen Hunt in... What was the TV show she was in? Wasn't that TV show with a guy... oh man, I'm trying to remember. It was Ellen Hunt, yep. Moscow Nights in the bunker. So we're going to have Moscow Nights tonight before the missiles. Mad About You, Paul Stringer, thank you. Yeah, Bob Cantor. She was in Mad About You with, there was that couple thing. And that TV series. Yeah. Joseph, in 2020 when the wildfires were really bad in California, we had a day that was completely dark, basically twilight all day. It was during COVID. Felt like Armageddon. Yeah, I can imagine. And imagine happening in the middle of COVID. That must have felt so weird. So weird. Oh, man. Whoa. Short Archive, Shell has to get the jukebox money somewhere. It's $1.50 a single, but they upcharge to $3.50 because Moscow Nights is just so popular. Oh, good. Same as Seattle, we had the worst air quality, yeah. Here it's been interesting this summer because we've had probably a record number of days where the air quality of Montreal was the worst in the world. So many days, all because of forest fires. I've never seen that. I mean, last year we had a lot of forest fire smoke. I mean, in 56 years, I've never seen that. So, you know. Yeah, subscribe to OnlyFans and you'll see all the versions of Moscow Nights. There are many Moscow Nights. Some you want to know, some maybe you don't want to know. What am I saying? That's me getting drunk now, okay? I know you guys like me getting drunk because it's like, yeah. Oh, only freaks. It's almost like only freaks, but it's frequencies. I like that. Well, that was strong. You have a lot to say, Mr. Moscow. A lot to say. So anything else on Priam right now for the next and 20 minutes? Target North America. You guys want to wait 20 minutes and see if F01 on 16 megahertz is going to come through? So F01 and 20 minutes. And that one is from where? I know sometimes they come from Cuba. F01, North America. Locations, Moscow, Russia, Orenburg, Russia, Chita, Russia, or Havana, Cuba. And that's interesting. Let's check out if we hear something from there. So they're still using some of the Cuban transmitters, if they can. Jasmine, yes, pun intended. Yeah, you're freaks. Canada Short Archive. Okay. What else do we have? The Vidhead. Same here in Los Angeles. Freak Friday, Keegan says. Freak has some nasty propagation. Yep. What's the frequency, Kenneth? So we're going to try that in 20 minutes. And I got frozen pizza tonight, so it's going to be frozen pizza. Mike's frozen pizza. Shortwave Archive, Gilles Shortwave Club. Right to Gilles, 12203. West Spy Road, Propaganda, Ontario, Canada. Well, it would be Propaganda, Quebec. That'd be kind of nice. Oh, God. God. Wow, I'm curious now. My local newspaper sent me an article about science. Why does the Earth turn a little faster on Tuesdays? Do you guys know? Anyone out there know? I don't think, Jean Arash, that Cubans and Russians communicate together. I think it's they do use, Cuban transmitters to reach North America, because obviously it's North America. So So here we go. 12203 is over. We've had this signal coming in. It's 0 UTC, by the way, guys. At 0 UTC. Romania, 11620. 11620.
To point out that even before our countries formally established ties, there was a remarkable moment that brought us together. In 1930, the first official Romanian delegation that visited Uruguay was a Romanian football national team that participated in the first FIFA.
Radio Romania coming in well in English to the East Coast.
And there was a memorable moment when the Romanian national team played against Uruguay in the Estadio Centenario, that honors the name of our first constitution that was in 1830. So 1930 marked the centennial of the first constitution, and Romania and Uruguay played one of the first ever games in this famous stadium that today is named by FIFA the only historical monument of football in the world.
How is the state of bilateral economic relations? In what areas could these relations be further developed, Your Excellency?
The trade between Romania and Uruguay has been modest, around $20 million per year, but there are some products from Uruguay that are very well known here in the Romanian market.
Hello there, my friend Dr. Arshid Joshi from India. Nice to have you here from New Delhi, and hope everything is all right in your part of the world. It is an honor to have you here, as always, my friend. Oh yeah, my Metalunar, nice to have you here. Yep, my signal on Romania is great here.
There is also another product that people here know very well, a glue called Oxypol that is made in Uruguay, and it is very popular also in Romania. The other product that I would like to underline is sheep wool that we export.
Yep. And if you guys want to hear this, 11695, you know where it comes from? These are from the Arctic Circle in Canada. If you hear these kinds of radars, they're around 11690 and around 11995. There we go. 12,000. These are from the Canadian Arctic Circle. Canadian Arctic Circle is here. So, you never know. So 11620, Radio Romania International in English. No problem, you're always welcome, Dr. Arshid Joshi. Kenneth, 11620, coming in S1 conditions in Tucson, Arizona. Wow. I'm surprised it's not that strong there. Tosin Love, 11620, good in Alabama. Matt, I used to hear those radars when I listened to Zanzibar BC on 11735. Yeah, these are all Arctic radars, and there's tons of them in the Arctic Circle. Actually, my next article on the utility column for August is Canada is spending, get this, $20 billion on upgrading the radars in the Arctic, and they're using a Australian system. And you know what? I think that the reason that this is all happening, the tensions between Canada and US, the US had a radar system that they wanted Canada to use, but because of what's happening, the final decision was like, we're not going to use a United States system. We're using an Australian system, which will be adapted to the Arctic Circle, and 20, 30 in there, 20 to 30 billion dollars in that defense system of radars and communications is going to Australia. Australia is going to actually be the one giving us all of that. So imagine.
In 2024, we had the visit of a very well-known, renowned world ethnomusicologist,
there's a political aspect to why that decision was taken, which is sad, honestly.
Spain, that hosts the largest collection of musical instruments from around the world, from Africa, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. And he came to Bucharest, invited by the embassy. He also performed at the
So, we are
festival, La Candombe,
in the Priam website,
Black Uruguayan music, I said before.
11 minutes away
He had at the
for the F01
and the kids in Bucharest
um,
workshop. He taught
digital number station,
musical instruments,
and
and had a performance of an orchestra
remember
that he specifically invented for
remember
that
that
is world success. He already performed
we are
orchestra in several countries, including
donations away.
So we try
Moscow
to give you
Knights
the level of our exchanges.
donations, whatever they are.
The Romanian participation in Uruguay of
You want to see me dance away to the Moscow Knights?
specifically last
There you go.
at the 42nd edition of the Uruguayan
Who will dare?
Film Festival organized by the Uruguayan Cinematheque.
And I'll be very, very, very blunt here. Zero donations, zero Moscow Knights. I'm sorry if I have to be that way, but
The first prize for
I mean, come on.
feature film.
Come on, guys. Okay?
Also the first prize for
You know, Jean Arash, that's the biggest problem with the CBC Radio Canada. They're cutting the budget when the government that was like, you know, the conservative government, Polyev, wanted to slash CBC and say the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation should just be gone. And now we get a liberal government that promised to keep CBC. And what happened is that they did not talk about cuts. And now they're talking about cutting 15% of the CBC budget. Now, let's be fair. I think the CBC has a little bit of fat to cut. I think the CBC is a little bloated. I think we can do a little bit of cuts, but they're asking for a lot. I don't want the CBC to go away. I think Radio-Canada CBC is needed. It's needed. We not just in Canada. I think we I hear all the time people saying, like counterbalance all of it. And Radio-Canada, if we could bring a Radio-Canada International back online or something, that is something that I think a lot of people would appreciate. We are living in a world where getting the proper news is getting complicated. Getting a news source that you trust is complicated. And we're getting into a world where a lot of the news sources are getting like banged on and saying, you know what? Whatever you think about, this is not political. Whatever you think about NPR and PBS, I enjoy. I listen to WVPS out of, Burlington, Vermont. And I got to tell you one thing. If that for you is not proper news and proper reporting, you need to rethink and listen to other things. You don't know. I'm going to tell you that. Thank you, Mark Markland. Dance away, Jill. Good evening. Nice to have you here. And you got to rethink what is... And it's complicated because everybody thinks they have their own truth and their own correct outlet. But you don't know if you have the correct outlet unless you listen to other outlets. And that's the biggest problem. People are stuck on one news outlet, never listen to the other layers. It's a mix of layers that will also bring you into I think, a wise and well balanced output. And that's the problem, is that everybody just focuses on one layer, and that layer might be good, might be bad, you don't know. But yeah, that's the thing. So we got to talk about that. I would love to see Radio Canada International back. There's so much talking about it. Here. How it'd be great to have it back. There's so much people telling us, you know what, in these days where we need news, we need trusted platforms. Please bring back Radio Canada International. And you know what? Joseph's talking about AI. You know what? And that's the biggest problem of not just AI, of social media. I have noticed for a while that if I want to see this content, all I get is this content. It never offers me anything else, because it says, oh, you like that, I'll give you that. Yeah, but I might want to see other things. And that is a big problem. How can somebody have a balanced output and a balanced news and a balanced idea of the reality of what's happening when the social media you're in only does one thing? Give you this, because that's the only thing you're looking at. And that is a big problem. Yeah, but you know what the problem is, Jasmine? Marketers were trying to tell us it was not the focused thing it is now. Marketers were just like, hey, we've got this. We don't even have that now. It's so focused that unless, do an experiment, Jasmine. Do an experiment. Yes, people do balance, Jasmine. When nobody tells them, people will be more balanced, even though there's two sides. And you know what? That's always been the case. But if you don't tell them to look at this, there's a percentage they'll move from one side to the other because they'll hear something else. Now they don't, because you know what? Facebook, it just brings you to one place. And it stays there. If I want to do an experiment, Jasmine, you know what? Start looking on Facebook at all the stuff that you hate the most. I want to see, anti whatever, LGBTQ, Nazis. You think I'm extreme when I say this? I'm not. Do that for 2 days in a row. You will be inundated in Nazi shit, crappy shit, political shit. That's just that. And you will never see anything else. You will be minded that let's start a Nazi party and let's just go for it. And you know what? It's not just Facebook. It's X. It's every social media crap. They're sending you to what you look at. Never giving you the opportunity to read, to listen, or to know anything else. I can tell you that. I can tell you that. But that's a problem. The algorithms shouldn't be like that. They should be, here's what you're looking at, here's what others. A good algorithm should be, here's what you look at, here's what others think about that. And maybe you'll pique the curiosity of someone. This shouldn't be. Actually, I would outlaw any social media that directs you uniquely into one segment, never gets out of it. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It should not freaking be. I'll say even more. It should not fucking be. This is why our society today is deeply in shit and trouble. Because of that. Because I tell you, anybody do the experiment. Start looking at something that you don't want to see and just keep at it. Everything you'll see, even outside of Facebook, even on Google, will be just that crap. And never show us anything else. And I'm sorry, that should be outlawed. This is not anymore free speech. This is the edge of hate speech multiplied by the billion-dollar social media, X, Facebook, all of that shit. And it should not be. It should not be. This is why we are where we are. Why is shit happening? Why is shit freaking happening? Just because of that. And it won't get better. Swear jar, $15. Okay, fuck you. Thanks, Kenneth. So you know what? This is where I'm scared. And add AI to it. Add AI to that shit that we're going through. Oh man, they're gonna take my image, take one phrase that I said about something. Example: Nazis should just die. And you know what? There we go. I'll have my image on some kind of video faked that looks like me and says, Nazis should die. Nazis should die. And you know what? How many people are going to be like that? And add to the fact that people get, this is even worse. People get fired for their opinion or their work. Not a lot of, I don't call that a free country. I call that a pariah country, like I've seen so many times on Shortwave that like I've seen in Africa, all these countries that are just, you know, crappy because of their governments. Their population is just, you know. I'm sorry, but Israel, oh man, pariah country. All the people dying of hunger there in Palestine and the Gaza Strip. Oh man, that is the worst freaking shit that you can see. You know? I'm gonna tell you, fuck you, Israel. That's all. And now I'll be more polite after crapping out on everything, which is, you know. Paul Stringer says, you mean MIRC? Oh God, MIRC. Yow. That's a long time. But, you know, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's like, you know, where are we now? Where are we now? It's so sad to see all of that. All of that. And I'm very, you know, I'm not a guy that's going to up to you. It's like, oh, you're one of those. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it the way I want to say it. And it has nothing offensive about anybody. Oh, you're one of those shitty Americans that voted for Trump. But you know what? No, we don't do that. And I was at a bar and there was some Americans, a couple of people from New York, and a couple of people from Virginia. And you know what? We just, you know, it's just a curiosity of how have you been treated here in Montreal and everything. And everyone that comes from the U.S. that was at the bar that I talked to was like, no, we're treated like really nice. You guys are really nice. Yeah, of course we're nice. Because we don't blame it on the population. We blame it on the shitty politics behind it that's happening. But we don't hate American people. But we're part of being bullied by a big neighbor. You know? We're bullied by a big neighbor, and that frustrates us. And I'm part of those that, you know, we're going to stand up. You don't bully me, and you don't do that. Not after all the years and all the times that we've been the best friendship in the freaking world. Where, yeah, we had differences, but you know what? The best freaking things that ever happened between two countries that are just, and we're just the best friends in the world. You know? All the things that happened in the past. When you look at, you know, September 11, what happened in Gander, all those people are greeted with the best friendship in the world. World Wars, where Canada was at its best, and it was like we were friends and we were together, and, you know, why is this fucking shit happening? I gotta tell you that. It's sad when you think about it. And that will be my rhetoric. I'm over. It's okay. It's gone. It's finished. Okay, in 3 minutes, let's try 14373 because I forgot the other frequency. Upper sideband. You go to 14373, and you should hear some kind of weird digital mode, which is F01, which sounds like some kind of high-speed RTTY. 14373 in 3 minutes time, and then you know what? We'll go for Moscow Nights. How about that, guys? Moscow Nights, huh? A little dance of Moscow Nights. Because I mean, you know, I love you guys. I got nothing against you guys. And that's where we got to take politics out of all this shit. Because unfortunately, that's where the problem is. So, hey, it was fun to do a Sunday night. Pretty cool. And really love you guys. Love to be here. We'll be back next Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. We'll have the drawing for everybody that donated. And you know what? That drawing will be 2 memberships to the Canadian International DX Club. And it's really nice. We'll have a Moscow Nights coming up. Hey, George from Mexico. Nice to have you here. And last but not least, it's USB 14373 because it's kind of a digital RTTY signal. So it's USB. So thanks everybody. Thank you for the PayPal donations. Thank you for the donations here. And PayPal donation for an MLA 30 or whatever. And Paul the Cat. Thanks everybody. You guys are great. And really love you all. It's really, really nice. And so let's check out what we'll hear in a few seconds. 14373 and about what, 15 seconds away. You know what? It might be coming from Cuba, and if we don't hear it, I'm wondering if the Cuban transmitter problems might be part of the reason, because I've listened or tried to listen to it a few times and it was off. I'm wondering if it's not that the Cuban transmitters, where usually it's from, are not working well. So it could be that. What's the frequency of what? KBS World Radio in Spanish? It should be... let me just check it out. It's coming in from... let me just check it out. Oops, not this. Well, yeah, okay. KBS World Radio. Just gonna go to... No, let me check it out. At times, it's about to, or what, 036? I think it's at 01, isn't it? KBS. There we go. In Korean, Japanese. In Spanish, 02 to 03 on 15575. 02 to 03 on 15575. These are the frequencies. The one that is stronger, I think, is Portuguese. But in Spanish, at 02 to 03, 15575. What else do they have in Spanish? Spanish. Do you have another transmission in Spanish? 11 to 12 UT to South America on 11795 is the other frequency. So, yep. (17 to 18 to Europe on 9740 is also Spanish. So that's KBS World Radio for you guys. And thank you, Mark Martin, for the donation again. Much appreciated, guys. And we're going to end with, but WRMI has a lot of, I know WRMI, as somebody mentioned, an English transmission on WRMI also. So, yeah. But unfortunately, the problem with WRMI is that their frequency listing is not up to date most of the time, and that's the biggest problem. So, SWAT Cats will conduct an experiment on my amateur radio and give findings. That will be fun to check out. Thanks, man, SWAT Cats. And, okay, let me put my earphones. I promised to dance. This is the dance, the shortwave dance. You know, with my sexy voice, that's sort of the shortwave dance. Let's go. Let's check it out. Moscow Nights. Les Nuits de Moscou in French. So this is the phrase to learn in French tonight. Les Nuits de Moscou. Repeat after me. Les Nuits de Moscou. Moscow Nights. Moscow Nights. And radio. Moscow. Right, go. Let's go here. And this is the one. No, this is not a good place where it goes. Let's go here. I'm very sorry, guys. I don't know why I did that. Youch. I'm very sorry. You guys probably died of a heart attack right now. So, slight mistake. MDK2 say omelette au fromage, not du fromage, au fromage. So, les nuits de Moscou, comme ça. All right, guys, love you all. It's always nice to have you here, and we're all now probably deaf from this little moment. Okay, guys. Hey, comrades. Let's have our little Moscow night moment. Thanks for being here. And all right. Too much catnip. That's exactly it. Oh, God. That was something. Okay, guys. Here we go. And thanks for being here. Thanks for the donations. Thanks for being great fans of the official Shortwave channel. And Paul the Cat, which didn't show up today, unfortunately. We'll try to have that happen maybe Saturday. So take care, guys. And stay safe, okay? Stay safe. Here we go. love you all. You have no idea. Love. Take care, guys. You are the best fans in the world and the best people in the world. Stay safe, okay? Always believe in what you want to believe and be